The Nature of Predators, 160 Memory Transcription Subject. 1. Ambassador Tarva of the Venlo Republic State U Standardized Human Time. March 22, 2137. The first Sapient Coalition Convention felt like a trimmed-down version of the first Sapient Coalition of the Federation's meetings, with the familiar markings of diplomacy I'd seen for years. These were the parties that I devoted my life to negotiating with, long before I knew the peaceful union in the stars was a lie. Today's agenda was centered around anything relating to genetic research, though I imagined the Duertan salvation would be brought up later. The United Nations was owed basic courtesy after sparing Kalqua, so I hoped the avians had finally seen reason. On a personal note, Noah was present as my aide, though that was a bit reductive of his true purpose. I wished to try to see the species I'd known for years through his eyes. Humanity had cultivated an array of 38 races, more than just the ones who were recognized across Earth. The Takan representative's gray hide, hunched over his station, told me their polity was ready to work. The infamous Dr. Zarn who cheered on Sovlin wasn't indicative of the larger Takan species, who'd opened embassies to humans and had been ready from the start to stick it to the Kolshians. The iridescent carapace of the Veran ambassador was visible across from a Terran aide. Some predators were less than fond of insects, but this particular race had only ever gone from neutral to friendly. The Leshan diplomat, who'd always struck me as a little creepy, seemed to be hitting it off with an entire group of Earthlings. The Drilver attaché, unsurprisingly, was snoozing on his desk. For the more well-known members of the audience, the Crocodile, Harchin, and Tillafish had chosen spots in the back of the hall, avoiding wandering undiplomats. At the opposite end of the spectrum, Yotul Ambassador Lololo appeared to be flaunting battle footage to anyone who would watch, making exaggerated gestures to accompany his boastful rhetoric. Mazik Vice President Quipa had allowed a human colonial leader from Angliberty's Bastion to share her station, which showed respect to the Terran settlement in Koa's vicinity. The distant Paultons were flipping through a leaflet on their refugee problem, clearly wanting to insert it into next week's agenda. The Fissons and Nevox were full on hawking deals on materials until the meeting started. Keith, anyone would have told me when Noah first landed on Skalga that all these species would be sharing a hole, and things would seem so normal, I would have laughed. To think Terrans would be so ready to leap into diplomacy, despite their checkered past, it was unthinkable from what we all knew of them. Hi, Noah offered a gentle smile. It's nice not to have to worry so much about appearances, love. Honestly, the United Nations is probably happy on the conflict of interests issue. From my side, I mean. The Venlo were special circumstances, or our people would have never allowed an astronaut who's very close to the governor to be handling our business. Yeah, I suppose our connection was a diplomatic dilemma. Hopefully Governor Veln doesn't prove too much to manage for your successor. He's ambitious. Veln is shifty, but two can play that game. If he wants to try to outmaneuver a genuine human diplomat, well, he doesn't know what he's in for. The Venlo people didn't know how lucky they were to have someone honest, feeling, and sincere like you in office. Heaven knows, I wish we had heartfelt people like you filling positions of power back home. Earth will never forget what you did for us, and I'm glad we have you here at the SC now. You care. Of course I do. That's why when I heard from some Terran counterparts that you wanted to talk about various gene edits, namely research done to reverse the cure, I made sure to put the Venlil's tampering on the list, and I invited a guest to speak about what affected humans have gone through. I appreciate what you're going for, but this might not be the most sympathetic audience for AA Predator, wanting to regain the ability to eat flesh. I'm surprised the UN saw that as a good strategy. Who did you invite? Me, a gruff voice echoed behind me. Noah failed to mask his obvious surprise as he sighted a red-haired human with a twisted nose and crisscrossed scars below each eye socket. Marcel Fraser was almost as well known as my astronaut. After the footage of his torture was broadcast to billions across the galaxy, if any Terran could be a sympathetic face to the Sapient Coalition listeners, this was the one. There were some controversies around what happened with Slanek, of course, but by all accounts, Marcel was a long-suffering, herbivorous hero. He was also well acquainted with how Venlil thought, and could frame why it was important to seek remediation, even for a vegetarian. It's all part of my plan, because what the SC really needs to talk about is beyond cured humans. It's about any omnivores forcibly converted into herbivory who want to go back. That idea would be a touchy subject, given how taboo predator diets had been throughout our lives. It took concentrated efforts to turn a blind eye to how Terrans operated. The first time Noah had a ham and cheese sandwich around me back at his place, I'd felt my years of brainwashing try to desapientize the man I loved. On the bright side, at least it wasn't blood-soaked, carcass munching like I envisioned that first time on Alpha together. If someone told me I'd accept nourishment of that kind years ago, but it didn't matter. I understood the nutritional requisites some species had, and whether the intent was to go back to omnivory or avoid allergic reactions, other SC races should have a say in their diet too. I extended a paw in the human handshake gesture. Marcel, I'm delighted to see you again, under much more pleasant circumstances than on war-torn Earth or the prior time at the outpost. I'm glad to be doing something to help, Gover, Ambassador. It does sting a little that all of these listeners will just see me as the poster boy of human victimhood, Marcel sighed. I'm here to make everyone feel more sorry for me than they already do, right? Put your chin up, unless you feel sorry for yourself. The Federation has done shitty things, and several of those shitty things happened to you. You are the perfect spokesperson for millions affected by this. But why we're really here is to fix this mess. And you're here to convince them it needs fixing. Like it or not, you have sway over choices made at the highest echelons of government. Clear all your uncertainty and decide how you plan to use that power. Noah whistled in appreciation. What she said. It's good for us to see you here, standing tall, from where you were not too long ago. You don't just earn pity, you're a damn inspiration, a testament to the human spirit. I don't know about that. I've always tried to do right by people, and believe me, there'll be no theatrics needed for what this cure has taken from me. Marcel forced a smile, shoving his hands in his pockets. His hazel eyes swirled with brooding intensity. I volunteered for the prototype antidote. The risks are worth it to me. Don't get me wrong, I appreciate all our researchers, but having the archive spell out exact gene edits is what made it feasible. I wonder whether you'll pursue reverse mods for the Venlil. I tilted my head to one side. Yes, Noah and I were just discussing that. It's definitely something almost every Venlil can agree on, and I have Veln's blessing to declare our intention to move forward with the reversal. Though on a debate stage, he acknowledged that we both see this as important to our people. The UN has been tabulating which changes need undoing for us since the archives. That's awesome. I wish Slanek was here to see that. He couldn't stand seeing what they did to you. My astronaut scowled. I don't support what your buddy did, but I get it. It infuriates me that Tava's lived her whole life, deprived of basic things, because someone hundreds of years ago decided to kidnap her ancestors' children and transform their genome. It wasn't so bad until we knew what had been taken from us. I sighed. But don't worry. I'll do what it takes to see that future generations aren't shackled, for humans or Venlo. The stage is all yours, Marcel, if you're ready. The red-haired human nodded. No sense delay. I'll be going, short and sweet. I offered a polite wave to the former UN soldier, who'd been killed during an incident at the Battle of Milo. What I hadn't told Noah when mentioning Venlil genetic reversal was the decision I'd reached for myself, with my safety on the line. I wasn't sure he'd approve. The archives files of 45G detailed the exact modifications the Farsal made, with unique specificity, even compared to info on the protovirus used for different cure bioweapons. That entire file cluster was a changelog from my species. The Terrans had run simulations suggesting they could reverse the gene edits for Venlo kind, but it might be difficult to persuade others of my kind to trust those supposed corrections. For starters, we would never enjoy the benefits of properly developed limbs or olfactory organs. Still, if we wanted to erase the Farsal's impact on our society, the majority of the herd needed to choose to go back to our empowered selves. It was a tough sell when it could have consequences for us in the present, and entailed having our DNA altered by another group of aliens. The success of the reversal, and any side effects on newly grown children, wouldn't be seen for years. That left the other part of my plan. It was going to be one fireball of a topic to broach with Noah. I hadn't asked how the human felt about children. Obviously, it wasn't possible between the two of us, so starting a family never had a reason to come up. Noah would make a wonderful father, but even if he's somehow okay with this outlandish idea, it won't truly be his kid. Bloodlines are important to humans as I understand it. Marcel stepped to the podium, clearing his throat. Hello, ambassadors of the Sapient Coalition. It's an honor. I've always loved the diversity of life on my homeworld, and though finding it in the stars has brought a ton of suffering for me and my people, maybe other humans haven't told you this, but we revered and feared extraterrestrials when you were the stuff of myth. I find that our fears may have lacked imagination. An attempt to destroy our planet, followed by a bioweapon designed to force fundamental changes upon us, bested our spooky sci-fi tropes. The Thafki ambassador raised a paw. Excuse me? You're Marcel, right? The one that was beaten half to death? Of course, I should have introduced myself. Most of you know me as the exchange participant who was taken prisoner and got this face makeover from a Gojit's claws with a complimentary 10 days of starvation. Fun times. What you may not know is that I was later dosed by an aerosolized version of the cure, which triggered a severe initial reaction that left me bedridden for weeks, breathing in vapors of animal products. It can send me into anaphylaxis. I carry an EpiPen around at all times just in case now, even here. You're saying you're a forcibly converted omnivore, like us, Crocodile Ambassador Nuela chirped. Precisely. I'm here to lay out why that's a problem, a public health hazard for anyone who's had the effects of this bioweapon passed along. I was already a vegetarian, yet the slightest trace of anything that's an animal can kill me now. I can't live on my homeworld, around my family. I shudder to think how many unexplained incidents occur on worlds of fully cured species. You can have sincere intentions never to go near high predator food, but a bug accidentally gets in the meal, or an animal brushes up against a crop you don't wash fully. Problem, it could be you, your children, or anyone you care about. Mazik dignitary, Quipa, looked displeased. I'm not an omnivore, but wouldn't undoing the cure mean people could eat meat? That really isn't acceptable in our cultures. Maybe it should just be left alone, and the cured peoples can be more careful with food prep, rather than all of us opening the door to dead meals. Look, I care about what I put in my body too. I always understood how you feel about predation and how the idea of it sickens you. But if you believe in something this strongly, you won't change your mind just because you have the choice to change. You believe that these societies are moral and righteous due to dietary abstinence, yet they don't have the free will to do anything else. They're forced to comply. How is it righteous at all when it's the only path you can take? All the cure does is risk the lives of people who would supposedly stay the course regardless. I raised my tail. For my fellow delegates' information, Marcel will be on a human trial of a cure reversal drug to test its efficacy. I can speak to the fact that farsal gene edits are never harmless and always about controlling anyone who defies their indoctrination. Thank you, Ambassador. I've said my piece, but I wanted it to be clear how much suffering it's caused me. I don't feel that I deserve this. I don't feel that your grandchildren deserve this either. I'll take my leave, and according to my notes, you're supposed to have a short recess to discuss this. Please support safety and choice. The red-haired human ducked his head, and some of the more Terran familiar individuals tried to make smacking sounds against their desks to imitate applause. It was always refreshing to see bits of human culture catching on. I appreciated clapping as an unmissable way to let the speaker know their words were appreciated. Part of me wondered where Marcel Fraser and Slayneck would be if not for his capture all those months ago. Another aspect of my brain wondered where the Venel would be now, had we never been turned into our present state. I didn't know if it would be a better outcome, but it would be more authentic. Marcel is right about none of the gene-modded species deserving this. We need to make this right for the next generation. I have to hope Noah takes what I'm about to say well. Hey Noah? My chest was a bundle of nerves, though not in the same way as when I first accepted the binocular-eyed captain's hail. I'm sorry to spring this on you, but can we have a word somewhere private? There's something I need to tell you. The human flinched. Oh, yeah. I don't like the sound of that. Have I done something wrong? Are we breaking up? What? No. It has to do with what we're about to talk about when I take the stage. Please, just follow me. I scurried out of the meeting auditorium, finding my way to a private discussion chamber. Noah looked apprehensive, but shut the door behind him. What if he was offended by what I was about to propose, or despised the idea? Would he get angry that I recklessly wished to be among the first to have my gene edits undone and bring an uncrippled child into the world? My ears bunched up with frustration as I struggled to think how I would explain my sudden shift in future plans. The astronaut was growing more concerned by the moment, so I knew I needed to just spit it out. I'm getting the gene edits reversed. I want to be one of the first to show my people they can trust it. Like Marcel said, the risks are worth it to see what was taken from us undone. Noah tapped his chin with his fingers. Tava, You know I'll support your decision. You should have bodily autonomy. That said, it won't change anything about your present circumstances, now or ever. It's about the future generations. Is it worth the risk when there's no, offspring? Yeah. About that. Oh. I see. It's wonderful that you're thinking about motherhood. Though I admit I'm caught a bit off guard. I know I should never say this aloud, but aren't you past birthing age? You know, haven't you hit menopause? Fuck. This is awkward. I recoiled in confusion. Menopause? I have no idea what you're talking about. Noah's expression became more flustered. It's human women, they stop getting periods and being able to have children during their middle age. Gah, I'm going to stop talking. I really should have researched more about Venlo by now, but I didn't even think of... That's not a thing for us, or any other species that I've heard of. I love you humans, but you're extremely strange on an anatomical level. Also, what's a period? Maybe you should talk about this with Sarah. I don't think I'm, qualified in this department. But I don't have a problem with you wanting children per se. It's just, you know, that's not something that could happen between a human and a Venlo. That's why you pulled me aside, right? Are you asking for an open relationship? Frankly, I want to be exclusive. I'm asking if you would be okay with me seeking a reverse-modded donor so that you and I could raise a child, uncrippled and free of gene edits, as our own. If that would violate what you see as exclusivity, or as starting a family. Noah was quiet for a few seconds. Sorry, I'm processing that. Tava, I want to spend the rest of my life with you. If this is what you want, then we'll make it work. I'll love our little Venlo goober with all my heart. I'm so relieved that you're okay with it. I know it's a lot to ask, but I need us to be a part of building that future generation. Our legacy, I guess peace in the galaxy and saving the human race won't be enough of a legacy? Never hurts to add a little more. With you by my side, I feel like I can always go beyond what I ever dreamed was possible. Now let's go get the SE on our side. I can't wait to tell them all about our plans to restore the Venlo to our true selves. My human wrapped an arm around my shoulders, and I gave him a grateful ear flick for his unwavering support. As long as the predator stood beside me, no challenge was insurmountable. Together, we returned to the main venue to rally our allies around the gene reversal program that would play a huge part in our future lives. The nature of predators, 161 memory, transcription subject, Ain Vonso, Yotul technical specialist Gauge date, we standardized, human time, March 23, 2137. The march to Alpha defied expectations with the lack of open confrontation we faced. The Kolshian Commonwealth had a vast expanse of territory. As the original founder, their most storied colonies predated the Federation itself. Their population had necessitated spreading out across the stars, so even after a hypothetical conquest of Aether, it would have to be seen whether the scattered billions would surrender. The tentacled bastards used every system of their official 20 light-year territory bubble, which was how their manufacturing power was so absurd. It was also why I expected us to be stopped by border outposts like the Gojits had, but those sat unguarded, with only automated turrets and lasers left behind. The stationary targets could be picked off at little risk to us. Within inhabited systems, FDL disruptors were running, which impeded our journey. Wary of the Kolshians using humanity's tricks against us, we kept our own anti-fill signals online. The last thing we needed was asteroids being warped atop us, or ships leaping right into the center of our ranks. It might have been possible to take the colony worlds, except that Kolshian bombers were clustered around their own planets. What was the point of that? I grasped that they only cared to defend Alpha. But this maneuver must have been with the intention to paint humanity as butchers. Perhaps it's a bluff, but even if we got the UN to agree to glass the colonies, it'd waste our munitions. Maybe it's some cold-blooded sacrifice to tilt the scales at the main event. Taking the outpost worlds by foot isn't viable when we'll be lucky to successfully occupy Alpha. I couldn't imagine how the Kolshians on the ground felt, seeing their own government using them as hostages. Several humans suspected a trap in the planet's bounds, whether it be from planet-to-surface munitions, kamikaze bombers, or hidden orbital defenses. We opted to stick to the mission parameters and limit our engagements before Alpha. I couldn't help but notice the bare-bones defenses by the backwaters, with patrols seeming to be cancelled. Was the Commonwealth planning to go out with a glorious last stand? Had the cutoff from over 200 allies caused them to conserve their numbers for their home system? Whatever the reason for the quiet deployment, it felt like the calm before the storm. It was strange that they'd expended so much manpower on failed boarding ambushes, though, as the galaxy's most populous species, lives seemed to have little proportional value to them. The Kolshians knew we wanted to occupy their world, so targeting manned ships would mean those vessels needed repairs. What was the point of stalling our advance beforehand if they weren't impeding us in surrounding systems now? I couldn't figure out what their angle was, but they'd been buying time for something. Well, this is it. I verified the sensor calibrations as we dropped outside the FTL disruptors around Alpha's system. I'll have a read on how many ships they have soon. Rauchi, I hope it's not chameleons. AOA's been hiding their true capacity. What if it is millions? Carlos can't exactly say, shoot them all to that, Sovlin grumbled. Carlos scrunched his face in confusion. Why not? Do we have the fucking ammunition for that? Even this atavist Yotl can count bullets. Samantha swept her auburn hair out of her eyes. We've been planning to get these fuckers for a long time. Time to fix the galaxy's crazy alien problem. I've got a bullet with Melbourne's name on it for the first Kolshian to walk in my sights. Likewise, I'm doing this for Learn. We cleared those colonizers off our planet once, I said. There's nothing you can do to these bastards that would match the 1,000-year sum of their evil. Tyler snorted. First, I don't disagree, but it's not the damn Olympics. Before you aliens ask, that's a big athlete contest with the shiny medals and the swimmers and the hurdles we didn't ask. Huh, that's rich coming from the living geyser of fun facts. See, much better name for him than Hotavisti, Sovlin. If I have to fight alongside a total barbarian, I'm glad it's this one, the Gojid admitted. I never would have imagined how much I'd care about a Yotl and literal fucking predators when I turned myself in. Though you all leave much to be desired, you're my crew. Samantha glowered at him. I don't know why I expect a racist war criminal to give proper compliments, but you're making me glad we're about to see action. Please dole out some no shut the fuck up orders, Officer Cardano. Fine, listen up, here's what I need handled. Unso, numbers. Sovlin, tactical suggestions, Tyler barked. Good luck. Y'all know what we're up against. The squiddies got home field advantage, and they're packing heat. We scrounged up over 100 keek of our own ships, so that's the good shit. But it's us, a smaller number of Yotel technocracy ships we could bring in, and another bit of sapient coalition padding. There's been calls to other powers, but we don't have them now. It'll be alright. Whatever they have waiting for us, I know tactics are on our side. Well, we haven't unlocked an infinite ammo glitch in reality, so tactics won't matter if they've got us too outgunned. Plasma has to recharge, and the rest of our munitions ain't gonna replenish on the fly. Onzo, do you have the enemy's numbers? I straighten my ears, waiting for the inconclusive blips to solidify into a proper count. Our glide had almost brought us within visual range of the nearest ships, but there was a larger formation scattered through the system. Orbital ring by orbital ring, it became clear the Kolshians hadn't left any stop along the way uncovered. Pushing through to Alpha itself would mean vanquishing a brutal onslaught at every step, and I couldn't imagine other surprises weren't lurking for us. My readout sourced data from our vast array of vessels, running predictive analysis to fill in the gaps from vague, far-off points. My ears pinned back in unease as I watched the total number of hostiles climb. Worst of all, a solid chunk of the foes in our vicinity couldn't be matched to known Shadow Fleet markers. There were an estimated 96,000 vessels from the manned, public Kolshian armada, and over 200,000 that Schweri's Shadow Fleet, a jaw-dropping number that dwarfed our attack force. However, I was watching the full enemy tally climb past 500,000 before it leveled off. The computer didn't buy that the rest were Commonwealth-made. It racked its databanks for other alternatives, including the simplest possibility that some of their 200 allies had come, despite the catastrophic cyberattacks. Yet, the homogeneity of the ships suggested it was a single entity, which led my brain to a startling possibility. Which parties in the galaxy have that many ships? I'd assume it was the Arcshire Dominion, except that I don't see how the Greys could have been persuaded to fight alongside Federation prey. Let's start with the easy news. While it's running a search for more comprehensive analysis, I said, we're looking at about 500,000 hostiles in system. Tyler narrowed his eyes. That's the easy news? Well, it's not a million ships, like Sovlin was afraid of. Sovlin waved his claws angrily. Oh, 500,000 ships. That's so much better. Wait, what if Onso applied sensor filters by mistake? Maybe he's overselling it. The very first time we worked together, you accused me of that same shit. My work is damn good as any human here. If you can't see that, you're the never-poached primitive. I'm sorry, who was the captain of a warship? Who's trusted for tactical advice? Captain Monahan. Technically, that's a correct answer, wise ass. Samantha laughed. I don't see a problem. We beat him with numerical odds against us many times over, 'cause the best minds are on our team. How is this any different? Carlos scowled at his fellow guard. This is it. Every trick they have up their sleeves, they're going to use on us. We expect some of those plays to be dirty as fuck. They also have defensive fortifications to support their ships all across the system. There's a reason the plan is to manually take over their moon's orbital defenses. The brass must think we can't get close enough with bombers. I flinched as my console flashed, confirming my suspicions. I'll tell you what else is different. 200,000 of the ships are from the Oxford Dominion. What? Tyler hissed. Sovlin's spines bristled with dangerous lividness. Those the heartless Greys do know who starved them, right? And after everything the Oxford did to us, to the herd, Alpha is working paw in paw with them? It wasn't enough that this all started because of the Federation. They way to keep it going. I know our suffering means fuck all to them, but the Greys and the Kolshians really are one and the same. Keep your head, Captain Racism. We know there's no bar that's too low for them. I can't say I expected this, but I also think the Dominion is less dangerous than the Shadow Fleet. We still have a mountain to climb, but it's now or never. When the other 200 species get back on their feet, those numbers would be 1 million plus, I finished. Insurmountable. Channel your anger, Sovlin, and use it to kill them all. The Godjid gritted his teeth. With pleasure. It's time to correct my final mistake. Years of service to this lying, Sivkit-brained Federation. What's your tactical input? Tyler questioned. Sir, I feel that we should target these Dominion ships. No, this isn't solely due to my personal vendetta with those bastards. They're manned ships, but ones that are more competent than the Kolshian crewed vessels. It'll keep us clear of the lights-out drones too. Our weapons have the advantage, so we can cut the Greys down to size. Anso, do you agree? I masked my surprise at having my opinion solicited. I do agree. I don't know what these Dominion crews were told, but I'm sure several aren't thrilled with their present alliance. There appears to be a group massing by the nearby gas giant, attempting to spring an ambush if we leave them be. We don't want to lose their signatures and have gravity fields muddy the waters. Then, I'll advise the captain. She'll handle coordination with our allies. Find us a prime target on sensors Onso and center the viewport on them. Consider it done. As Tyler strolled over to Monahan's post, I brewed in my unvoiced doubts over our numerical disadvantage. It seemed like we didn't have enough ships to take the system. Under the circumstances, the best option might have been to circle back and avoid a confrontation that was slanted so heavily against us. However, another part of my brain knew this was the best that the odds were going to get. Now that the Federation wasn't donning the guise of a peaceful organization, they could crank out more ships than humanity could with the sheer scale of their empire. If we let the Kolshians have time to get new manufacturing plants off the ground, there was no way for the Terrans to match it. It's impressive how quickly humanity ramped up their shipmaking capacity, putting Earth's entire industrial might into overdrive, going from zero battle-worthy craft to thousands upon thousands, whether by slapping drives on donations from allies or by splicing drones together from scratch. That said, it's now or never for taking Alpha. And hopefully, the Federation. Down. Tyler gave me a confident nod upon his return. My selection had been a Dominion bomber that was showing battle scars on its hull. Much like our own, the enemy craft had undergone repairs, but nothing could truly be put back to the same quality after it was broken. Other sections of our invading fleet were designated to separate tasks. Yotul technocracy ships were joining Terran drone advances on Shadow Fleet hideouts, pushing deeper into the system. The meager assortment of sapient coalition forces were challenging Kolshian crewed ships, pitting the two weakest links against each other. That last one seemed like a toss-up of who stampeded first, though I supposed it was derisive to think that way. Small laser station powering up from within the ring debris, I barked, spotting the warning on my screen. Captain Monaghan pursed her lips. Don't deviate from our present course. Lock plasma fire on the Dominion hostile, and prepare for evasive maneuvers if we're fired upon. As our powerful railguns faced off against the Dominion's pair, I trusted that we had the edge on range, while lacking recharge speed and anti-evasion measures. The true advantage was the shield-breaking missiles, which were dumped into the gas giant adjacent enemies. Unless the Kolshians had done something so reckless as passing along their replicated technology to the Arxer, the Greys wouldn't have an answer. Unshielded foes were forced to pirouette behind cover of the planet's rings, where ice particles and small rocks absorbed several beams. We didn't have a clean shot, while they could pick their angle from a strategic location. To make us feel more surrounded, station-based lasers torched a path through Terran ships. They had enough energy to cut through several of our craft, shields and all, with a single blow. Our advance turned to address the troublesome planetary defenses, chucking any high-yield bombs we had in the station's direction. Its defenses were able to cause some premature detonations, though the indirect exposure was enough to clear its surrounding debris. That left a clean ticket for an antimatter munition to punch through, blowing the installation to Rauchi's domain. While we'd been able to mop up that issue, I could see why larger versions around Alpha would be a major problem. The Kolshian homeworld must be a fortress. Kiaxua picked the perfect location to set up shop and compensate for their weaknesses. They might be lazy in the present day, but they're not stupid. There's no question why they've been able to terrorize the galaxy for centuries. We still have a long way to go after this, sir, Sovlin advised Tyler, amid nerve-wracked claw-chewing. They've been able to mitigate their losses, and we've taken some hits. If they whittle us down at this rate, all the way to Afa, we won't make it. We need to rethink our strategy. I don't know. Figure out why the Dominion is working with the Federation at all. I fucking hate the idea of working with them, but I don't see how we can take them on. Turning them might be the best tactical advice I can give. Officer Cardona looked surprised by that suggestion. Thank you for your objectivity, Sovlin. Intelligence back home has been apprised of the Dominion's arrival, but we don't have enough information to try any outreach yet. I'll be candid with you all. We could use double the ships at our disposal to have a viable chance. Wish we got more than 38 fucking allies, 'cause it's real David versus Goliath. Real what? Little guy versus big guy. We just have to keep fighting and pray for a turnaround. We'll take Alpha or die trying. That might be bleak, but it's God's honest truth. With those ominous words hanging in the air, I felt inertial dampeners rushing to keep up as we zigzagged. Dodging plasma required constant surveillance of target locks and inbound munitions. Interceptors deployed in front of us as an enemy missile homed in on us. Weapons had only just gotten our plasma back online, having to rely on kinetic turrets in the downtime. We fired off another shot, and a glancing plasma response from the Dominion caused a slight dip in our shielding. Finding cover was the best way to hold our own. The Terran fleet had deployed a few barrier walls to replicate the gas giant ring's advantage, but those could only absorb a few hits. It was nothing compared to millions of fragments created by nature to hide within. I squinted at the sensor screen for any useful insights to pass along, and my tail drooped as I spotted ship activity from the edge of the system. The Kolshians had more vessels at the ready, warping in to encircle us. It had looked like they vacated every outpost or colony garrison in their possession, but I suppose that had been a trick as well. While our Terran comrades had left a rear guard, anticipating this strategy, we were already stretched thin against 500,000 defenders. The idea of juggling more combatants and flanks would put an even greater strain on our resources. As much as I'd been excited to take the fight to the Federation, I wasn't sure this was a battle we could win if the enemy still had more resources to summon. Onso, you alright? You look like you just saw a ghost, Tyler growled. I attempted to correct my downcast expression, but my body language stayed deflated. I did. Yours. I'm counting 30,000 new Dominion signatures, freshly warped in at the edge of the FTL disruptor boundary. For every few we cut down, they could just bring in more. There's no telling how many ships they really have. That changes things. We have to win this fight, but no commander would advocate suicide for our fleet. If the other side's true numbers are still in question, this battle is already lost. I'll bring this to Monahan's attention, and maybe, like Sovlin said, we do have to rethink our strategy. I hope we can find another way. I'll keep you apprised. I ducked my head in acceptance, and watched the primate hustle over to the captain to impart the worrisome message. Optimism was becoming a colossal struggle as we swerved across the battlefield to maintain our very lives. Once we found a path to cut through the Dominion's ring fortress, I had faith that we could start pushing our momentum in this arena. The question was how many engagements we could survive before our fleet collapsed under the pressure. If tons of enemy reinforcements were sitting on the sidelines, getting to Alpha might be too much of a hurdle for even humanity to surpass. The nature of predators, 162, memory. Transcription subject, Onzo, Yotul technical specialist, age date, standardized human time, March 23, 2000. 107. The captain bore a somber look on her face. Dominion reinforcements from the direction of Kalqua. There were a few hushed and hurried conversations as I strained to pick up the comms chatter. While I couldn't hear what our personnel were saying, I could see the humans' faces cycling through different emotions. The bridge crew were dividing their attention between this new situation and waging battle against the Oxa ships entrenched in the gas giant's ring. Our progress was slow and steady, careful not to overplay our hand. Their cover was being chipped away at, though it cost us a few ships. Plasma arced from our railgun, seizing a clean angle that I'd forwarded through my analysis of the battlefield. I tried to focus on that single enemy erupting into smithereens, and the increased ability we had to avoid hazards from our closer vantage point. The Dominion didn't budge from their positions. As a few allies fell, our own ship was the recipient of an attempted target lock, likely the same foe that singled us out for a previous plasma strike. I put my head down and searched for whichever miscreant was gunning for us. Through close inspection, I located a small warship hiding in the shadow of a larger ally. Not wasting a second that could mean the difference between life and death, I forwarded the new target to weapons. Plasma is recharging, but with those nanodrones we stocked up on, I say now's a good time to use them. I shouted. Captain Monahan angled her ear toward me ever so slightly. You heard the Yotul. Unload the nanodrones and deploy a mini-missile salvo to distract them in the meantime. The Terran commander's addition to my plan was sound, but it was disappointing that I hadn't presented the solution myself. The new Dominion blips, 30,000 of them, were distracting me. A part of my brain was mapping their trajectory, and had reached a gut-wrenching conclusion before my conscious mind connected the dots. As the mini-missile delivery vehicles wove around the larger hull, and their payload battered the shieldless hull of the foe targeting us, I checked to confirm my instinctual suspicions. All of the new reinforcements were closing in on our manned vessels to aid their Oxshire brethren. We had chosen this engagement because it was the most viable option on the competency gradient. Harvey, we walked into a trap. What do we even do? Peel back and push through the ambushers, weapons at full blast, to regroup. Summon drone backup when our automatons are already contesting the Shadow Fleet. The nano-drones reached their intended target, punching through the drive compartment. There was nothing the Arxer harassing us could do to avoid going up in flames. The explosion lobbed icy debris from the planetary rings at nearby comrades, which damaged several of its allies. I was certain that Monahan would advise other ships to pivot to nanodrones, but that tactic didn't address the inbound problem. We had a few minutes before the Dominion completed its pincer movement. While I racked my brain for out-of-the-box solutions, the sensor's readout glitched. The unmistakable raiding vessels switched over to green, friendly markers. Tyler, 30,000 Arxer vessels are coming in hot on our heels, I announced. I advise immediate action to address this threat. Also, the enemy may have tapped into our systems since they're suddenly denoted as friendlies. Sovlin huffed with skepticism. Did you press the wrong button by mistake? All that bouncing and fidgeting you do on your hind legs, I didn't touch it. You are disrupting matters of the gravest importance. Does Tyler need to remove you from the bridge? Well, I spoke up to offer sensical advice. Unless it's that nasty Chief Hunter Izif's ships, it's obvious Dominion ships aren't friendlies. And Izif is buddy-buddy with Zhao, so I'd venture since we didn't know they were coming, it's not him. The Greys don't have cyber capabilities like Terrans, as Onso should know. Hacking is a fantastical notion. That leaves the possibility that the markers were mislabeled by the Yochel, or by someone else in a high-ranking position. Would any humans betray their kind to aid the Arxer? Captain Monahan snapped her head toward us. No. We're pulling back to fall in line with the new Dominion ships. We have new intel being forwarded that says they're here to take Alpha, and are very much against cooperating with the Koshians. I'll be hailing the new arrival's commander to gather info for the fleet. XO Schwartz has control over battle station's comms. Extend the hail. I blinked in confusion, doubtful over whether to trust these sources. Sovlin could have a point about power-hungry traitors to the Terran's cause, though I knew very little about this Izif he mentioned. Tyler told me that he was an ardent supporter of some Archives Grey, but I didn't know the specifics. However, it wasn't impossible that this sensor anomaly was an inside job to sow confusion, a betrayal from within. As was evident in the seediest parts of Yochel history, all it took was one person in the right spot who was tempted by grandiose offerings to sell out a movement. If the primates were too trusting of the wrong people, our vessels could be waltzing blind into a crossfire. Our intelligence hasn't dropped the ball yet, Onso, knock on wood. If this was entire agency's conclusion, there must be some basis for it, Tyler reassured me. Carlos dipped his head in agreement. Maybe it's a new addition to the Arxer rebels. I thought they preferred insurgent tactics to direct engagement, but maybe this group buys into the prideful aggression doctrines. Aggression sounds great. Hell, as long their bloody guns point in the right direction, I don't care if they follow the whims of the flying spaghetti monster. Our warship reversed its momentum with gradual thruster changes, and glided backwards. The hostile Arxer wouldn't concede their strategic location by the gas giant to pursue us. Of the thousands of Dominion ships in this cluster, we'd picked off a few percentage points. I could see nearby remains of a few of our craft too. We hadn't escaped unscathed. Even with shields, a few well-placed hits in close succession would turn a Terran vessel to scrap metal. Captain Monahan was aware of the singular focus required during a space battle, which was why she was in a hurry to complete the call to our mysterious ally. Seconds passed without a response from the 30,000 ships, who were almost upon us. If there was no answer from this grey bunch, it would certainly elevate my suspicions. Any genuine aid would want to coordinate with their allies. What could possibly be the delay? Before my doubts could creep back in, regardless of the humans' faith in their intelligence, a strange oxa blinked onto the screen. Abundant scars laced his face, which was an unusual greenish-gray. Rather than standing in their typical display of strength and ferocity, this commander was in an unusual seated position. If he was answering our hail, this must be the chief hunter presiding from a command ship, given that Sovlin wasn't reacting with recognition. This wasn't the friendly Isif. The carnivorous alien bared his teeth in a true snarl, rather than the relaxed teeth flashing Terran's favored humans. I am Chief Hunter Ilvis, and I am here to help you deal with these traitors to betterment, the Arxer growled. Betterment is an ideal of cruelty and dominance. A friend of yours reminded me of this. I was able to contact Chief Hunter Uslif from my neighbor sector before Gisnell could get to her with that plea. Monahan narrowed her eyes. Why are you helping us, Chief Hunter? We like to know who we're fighting alongside. Uslif and I both wanted to show these Koshians we don't need their permission to do anything, and that we don't work with high prey. I've obtained a copy of some damning footage between those codgers Gisnell and Nikonos, but the Dominion ships have disabled communications for that reason. The command ships are jamming inbound signals, to be sure, under the guise of cybersecurity. I could convince many others here to turn if they saw this one clip. There's no way to get them to accept file transfers or hails without hacking their systems and forcing them to listen. If had malware on their ships, I suspect it would have been activated the second our brass heard the Dominion was here. You'll need to fight your comrades. Will that be acceptable for you? Hess, you speak as if I care about my associates, human. I'm not so pathetic. They are in my way. They are defending the leaf-licking scum who think they can control us. And I'd rather fight with a sniveling predator like you than join the piss-ridden Federation. At least you don't shy away from a threat. I think the Federation finds us humans to be most troublesome. Clearly, the Dominion's not a fan of the strength and gumption we bring to the table either. If I may, Chief Hunter, do you know how the Arxer were persuaded to work with the Commonwealth? They claimed that you will eliminate any threats to your claim over the prey animals that populate the galaxy. Therefore, the Arxer will not have a right to exist, and pooling forces with an undesirable herbivore is to protect future rates. They say it's about the right to cruelty, but it's really about control and a lack of ambition. Isif told me that you'll back a society with a different despot to Gisnell. I'll answer to no more cowards. That senile, defective Chief Hunter has the right idea with a power grab, but the role seems better suited to me. We can settle the future of the Dominion after the Federation is gone, Chief Hunter. Perfect tone of diplomacy from Monahan for this self-centered individual. This is a chance to defeat them entirely and stop the Arxer from being directly controlled by the herbivores who insulted you by trying to starve you. Who do you want to be the one responsible, a hero, even, in their defeat? Edith's eyes glowed with malice. Generations will know of my Yi power. A true chief hunter would never fight for the Federation. We're taking the gas giant. If you leaf flickers want to come with us, you better keep up. The Archer disconnected from the hail, and Captain Monaghan allowed her neutral mask to fall. She closed her binocular eyes with a bit of weariness, no doubt from her negotiating attempts, all being centered on crazy people from deranged regimes. That would tucker anyone out and challenge their professional tone. I could at least rest assured that this newcomer's motives checked out, so human intelligence had read the situation correctly. The Terran manned ships merged with Illis's vessels, coordinating with Archer commanders over comms. With 30,000 new craft on our side, we should be able to clean up the inferior force much quicker. I checked my sensors readout, gauging the other battlefronts. Sir, an update on our allies' status. The other Yotel ships have pushed deeper into Afa's system. If I'm reading this correctly, it seems Terran drones quietly slapped on their own particle beams. The Shadow Fleet is sustaining disproportionate losses. The Sapient Coalition is struggling against the enemy's manned ships, though, and appears to need urgent backup. We can't afford to divert any resources. We're committed to pushing forward with Illis, and if the A-Team is succeeding against the Shadow Fleet, they should keep the foot on the gas too. Taking out those ships is the top priority, after all. What happens when the SC ships fall on their first engagement of many? We're at the outer bounds of the system, not Alpha. If we spend this battle bailing them out, we won't be able to focus on our goals. They knew the risks. They need to hold their own, unless we get more magical reinforcements out of left field. While I knew that my human exchange partner was correct, having only 2 main groups to deploy would hinder our capabilities to address evolving threats. It was a shame that herbivore-crewed militaries were always bumbling fools. I think that knowledge colored Terran's initial perception of me in this role more than the primitive accusations I faced elsewhere. Determined to set myself apart from other ex-Federation volunteers, I hunched over the sensors to find us an edge. The green dots denoting Ithis' ships were throttling ahead at full burn. It was convenient for us that they sent themselves to the front lines to absorb the worst of the incoming fire. This is a novelty, seeing Dominion ships fighting against themselves, untold aggression canceling each other out. Ithis will want to push into the ring for close-range angles, blasting his opponents with kinetics and plasma they can't dodge. It'd be a no-win bloodbath, except that we can seize the distraction for mid-range strikes. Ithis is likely to get up close and personal with his old friends, I advised. We should be careful not to hit him, Sovlin grumbled to himself. Should we now? So much for wise sage Sovlin handled tactics. Gahem. Don't hit him, because we need his vessels alive to increase our chances during later engagements. I suggest we hold our fire to precede him by just a little bit, so the enemies are distracted when he pulls up alongside them. Tyler grinned with approval. Good work, Onso. Chart Ilthis intercept vectors and inform us when you estimate a ship is 10 seconds from deploying kinetics. Yes, sir. 30,000 overlapping lines blinked onto my sensor's readout, but I knew our vessel needed to protect one. Other Terran craft would handle the others. I applied filters to chart vectors only for Illis's speediest ships, and those who were the closest to the gas giant's ring. After combing through the data, and allowing our new allies to get nearer to the target, I pulled up a nimble warship's paything. It was flying headlong into a barrage of plasma, while we conserved the brunt of our weaponry for the climax of this aggressive strategy. The fresh Dominion ships had an abundance of missiles to unload at the Kolshian allied hostiles. Scores of casualties were racking up on both sides, but the arrogant chief hunter had almost gotten his ships inside of the icy debris. I pulled up one vessel. We could just barely catch an angle of its belly. We can blow a hole in the underside of this one, or at least make it startle. Plasma needs to get a shot off in the next few seconds. Weapons, fire on this target now, Monahan ordered. My ears perked up as our beam was dispatched with impressive haste. Somehow, the humans hadn't sacrificed anything in the way of precision. Our Arksher foes were paying more mind to their kinsmen than the UN fleet hanging back, perhaps under the assumption that the debris lent them enough shelter to disregard us. Their negligence allowed us to tear a gash in the Mark's belly, compromising its integrity. Terran vessels around us fired off similar shots, landing strikes wherever we could. A few kills, along with many damaging hits, were notched on our enemies. Several enemy guns, which had been preoccupied raining hellfire on a charging Ildis, zapped plasma in our direction in response. The Terran manned fleet was able to avoid prolonged fire, since Ivus regained their attention with his arrival. The scarred chief hunter had lost thousands of ships with his recklessness, but it was one way to flush the Dominion from the icy rings. The Arksher friendlies stormed the natural-made fortress, cycling between their three main munitions as fast as biologically possible. More missiles were spit off from close range in an overkill, wasteful gesture, while turrets revved to life to pump kinetics across entire ship bodies. Plasma had barely flashed from twin railguns before it collided with our enemies. Ivus's strategy was to shoot everything his force had, all at once, without giving them a second to breathe, and it was working like a charm. Now that our plasma has recharged, another supporting volley should cause them to crumble. Even the Arksher themselves didn't expect this much aggression from one of their own. This Ildis Grey is unhinged, not my ideal choice of ally. I served up another target on the platter. The Terran fleet had drifted nearer, allowing a shorter time to impact. I had the viewport focused on our current mark, as human technicians blasted plasma straight into key systems. The craft somehow stayed together, but the gaping hole through its hull left it listing off vector. Alice people were on it in a second, killing a vessel that was already out of the game for good measure. The Dominion's numbers had dwindled in light of our new arrival, though they pumped out desperate last shots toward the new chief hunter. Our crazy ally was able to pounce on the final remnants, with our help, but the swift victory was at the cost of an eye-watering 10,000 of his ships. Illis's help won't last long if he keeps bleeding ships like this. I adjusted the viewport toward the open expanse of stars as our warship banked to join our allies deeper in the system. Speaking of allies, that sapient coalition situation I mentioned has gotten worse. We should help them. Samantha rolled her eyes. In a shocking turn of events, our alien help leaves much to be desired. Except for the usual ships, you're pretty much as good as ex-feds get. I'm so flattered. Not that you're completely wrong. With help here like this, we certainly could use more ships. We just made it past their first bastion of defense, and the numbers won't get any prettier. Sovlin tapped a claw against the screen, finding faint indicators from the edge of the opposite side of the system. Then you're going to like this. Already marked a tentative green, computer must think they're not Kolshian or Dominion. We should ask these guys to head toward the bulk of the action, rather than drifting way out yonder. The first wave of reinforcements that were on our side had quieted my doubts, but the Gojit war criminal was speaking, as if more new additions were joining our fleet. I snapped my attention to the activity that he picked up, seeking out supplemental information so I could brief the captain on their origin. The subspace trails were a bit strange and would take a moment to untangle from this range, but I was confident I'd figure it out. Whoever this latest group was, I was hoping it was someone more reliable than gunslinging Illis. Humanity needed proper aid to bail out their sapient coalition partners. The nature of Predators 163 Memory Transcription Subject. IAA Captain Sovlin, United Nations Fleet Command Date 88, Standardized. Human Time, March 24th, 2000. Now that humanity and its allies were here at Alpha, I could feel the weighty gaze of history upon us. The chance to free our societies from the Federation's grip was both terrifying and inspiring. The Kolshians had stripped us of our own cultures and thrust us into a censored life of suffering. A government that valued control above all else must not be allowed to exist. Just as I had once considered humans a menace incapable of feeling, out to conquer and pillage, I saw the same creatures that AG deserved anguish fighting in this system. The Dominion and the Commonwealth, paw in paw, both responsible for my tormented lot in life. If it weren't for Rissel, I might stand with Onso in wanting Eiferglast. The personalized anger always shaped my strategizing for the better, though the Yotul had been piping up before I could assemble my tactics. I guess that primitive wanted both jobs at the sensor station. However, I had no intention of taking a backseat during the attempt to vanquish the Kolshians. My eyes stayed alert for anything useful that could kickstart new ideas, while monitoring the sensor feed for data relevant to our tactical options. 50,000 friendlies at the edge of our detection range caught my attention. In the span since we first arrived in system, our fleet had now gained 80,000 new participants, nearly doubling our original count. Of course, I'd like to have Illis's head on a pike, but thankfully, that warmongering Oxer seemed capable of killing off the beasts under his control by himself. 1/3 of his force dying back at the gas giant saved human lives, so I could tolerate Greys getting blown to dust in our stead. That said, I hoped the computer wouldn't identify these new arrivals as more Dominion monsters, answering to some other chief hunter with a vicious ideology. The confusing bit was that they were denoted as friendlies. If these were Federation or Arxer vessels, their signatures would have been matched to the ones in system. Had someone from the Sapient Coalition decided to send more ships? I snapped my head up, catching on to a remark from Anso about needing more ships. Then you're going to like this. Already marked a tentative green, computer must think they're not Kolshian or Dominion. We should ask these guys to head toward the bulk of the action, rather than drifting way out yonder. The Yotul had been pensive since the battle began, likely worried about our odds of taking down this army, a joint force from the two greatest powers in the galaxy, which shattered the records for any battle force. Anso had understood that our outlook was grim going in. I think the primitives saw this as a suicide mission. The Terran shipyards at Proxima Centauri, built up adjacent to a colony with temporary housing, and the cumulative manufacturing power of Earth held significant output for a single species. The Predators seemed as if they could do anything when faced with a challenge to their kind, yet it paled in comparison to the system-filling numbers we were up against today. I knew what hopelessness looked like from gauging the morale of my Gojit crew back when we squared off against the Arxir. The charge we led against the Cradle's raiders had a few realists, like Onso. It was only when Ilthus showed up that I saw the first glimmer of hope within the Yotul, and with 50,000 new additions to our roster, optimism was gleaming in my crewmate's eyes. I could see that the marsupial was trying to temper his rising spirits. It was important to verify that these were friendlies. If these latest additions were truly on our side, we might be able to fill the system with our own fleet. There is the issue of the 200,000 enemies that are Shadow Fleet, but it sounds like the Yotul and Terrans have their number. Something about beams of particles. Okay, before we hail these fellas, we should know who they are, Tyler decided. For all we know, it could be some trick by the Kolshians to dress their fleet up as Venlil ships. Samantha rolled her eyes. That would never work. The Venlil gave us most of their military. 50,000 ships don't grow on trees. Are you sure about that, Sam? Carlos teased. The blonde-haired officer blinked in irritation. Enough. You get my point. We can't afford to be wrong here. Who are we dealing with? Just one more second, sir. Onso furiously applied some filters to the subspace trail data before his optimism seemed to fizzle. It's the Duertan shield. I shot a withering look at the Yotul. Why are you saying that like it's a bad thing? Because, like all Federation militaries, except for the one we're squaring off against, they've shown they're completely incompetent. Kai was in the Federation military. My point stands, old man. Insolent prick. Do you know who was the only captain to spot the Terran ambush on Gojid border outposts, despite their stealth deception? Samantha curled her nose at me. Why are you saying that like it's a good thing? Besides, maybe my memory's a little hazy, but didn't you do nothing to intervene? Something about expecting us to be unable to resist slaughtering the civilians on your colonies, so you camped by inhabited world instead of your base. I might have been a little offsides. My point is, I saw through your tricks, so I was somewhat competent. Not all Federation captains are the same. Tyler was visibly trying not to laugh. This really shouldn't be amusing, should it? Guess compared to the shit that came after, it's the good old days. Now sit back, we're going fast as we can to help out those SC ships. Unfortunately, Anso has a point about Federation captains not holding up under pressure. They need us. Damn right they do, the Yotul declared. Well, now that they're here, don't we have to contact the Duertan shield? Make sure they don't wander off unsupervised? I'm sure we wouldn't put it that way, but yes. It's a good number of ships, and maybe this time will be different. Believe it or not, I heard they held up surprisingly well, defending Kalkwa. Cornered animals, sir. Soflin probably needs that concept explained, since prey could never hurt anyone just because they're out of options. I scoffed. I don't take explanations from medievalists and microwave chefs. Go make your fucking call. Officer Cardona ran a final confirmation with Onso of the data, before passing along the news of Duertan shield reinforcements to Captain Monaghan. The UN commander gauged the distance between us and the floundering sapient coalition. The Mankolshian vessels were making quicker work of our direct allies than the shield's last stand. Pairing the two groups together could grant them more backbone, and adding the Kalkwa natives to the mix took our tally above 180,000. The real question was whether the avians were finally friendly toward the humans, or whether they'd cause fractious disruptions. The tone of this conversation would indicate their disposition toward us. Without humanity's kindness, the Duertan species would be in the same positions as the Gojids post-cradle, if not worse. I don't see how they could find it in their hearts to still harbor hatred for us. Idea. Duetan Commander blinked onto the screen. We were hoping a Yotul captain would speak to us about our integration, but I suppose a predator will suffice. We're here to make Alpha pay for what they did to us. Good. Monahan growled with a neutral expression. If I may, weren't the homogeneity's numbers devastated at Kalqua? I thought you only had a little less than 10,000 ships total. I do know my own fleet strength. Look, we lost more people than you did on Earth. I'm so angry I can't think straight. If the Kolshians attacked us again, we'd be fucked anyways, so we might as well point our guns at them, here and now. Understood. The other 40,000 are SHIELD allies? The Leshy felt guilty for not sending any ships to Kalqua, some grudge about being iced out of the Federation military. The Zhou saved most of their fleet for today, because, surprise, they wanted to help out with this anyway. Wait, why am I telling a predator this? I'm sure the motives of 44 species, and which ones turned up, don't matter to you. What registers is violence, and there's 40,000 SHIELD ships that want to dish that out. You know, we're happy you're here. We'll forward the coordinates of our herbivore allies' advance, and you can team up with them. They'll fill you in on any details you need. Oh, and Commander? The avian stiffened. Yes? Humanity is not your enemy. We're starting to see that. Thank you for saving us. The Duetans struggled to say those last words and hurriedly disconnected from the call. Samantha chuckled with disbelief. It seemed the avians hadn't put the entirety of their predator distaste aside. However, I trusted the SHIELD to fight by our side, as long as it meant dishing out retribution to Alpha. The look in the homogeneity commander's eyes, when she spoke about her anger, struck a chord. It wasn't dissimilar to how I'd felt after losing my family, stewing in hatred, and a desire to make the responsible parties suffer. In her case, that grief was fresh. Trusting the Duertan not to do something rash would be foolhardy under the circumstances. We need to keep an eye on them. They're not thinking straight, I said. Carlos nodded in agreement. I know. Every human on this ship knows how they feel. Many of us came out of Earth's attack willing to do anything to the Federation. However much they're not of sound mind now, Tyler began. Samantha sighed. Or ever. We need their numbers. Their desperation could make them fight better. You heard it from their mouth. They know if this battle isn't won, they can't defend Kalqua anyway. Their fleet is in tatters. Anzo flicked his ears. The archives told us how loud and individualistic they are, and it shows. They do crazy, illogical things during bursts of emotion, assassinating Nicanus because they were angry over their uplifting, leaving Kalqua with 0 ships to their name now? Let's not tell them that, I responded. It won't matter as long as we win this fight. Unlike the Kolshians, the United Nations isn't a habitual practitioner of genocide. Yet, the Federation said we'd conquer and enslave them all. Carlos shook his head, as if disappointed by our continued reality. They accused predators of what they themselves do. I wonder if they hate us because our darkest moments are a mirror of their finest. Samantha patted his shoulder. Oh, you sweet little thing. They hate us because of our eyes and our food, and don't need another reason. They wanted us to be conquerors, It just turns out the system we're conquering is theirs. Now, let's go bail out those bumbling SC idiots. This should be an easy stop, but let's not get complacent. Man your stations, everyone, Tyler ordered. Your tall technocracy ships and Terran drones were also moving their vectors toward us after tallying a resounding victory against the Shadow Fleet. The Sapient Coalition bunch were the last group still engaged for our initial skirmishes by the outer planets. A light formation of manned hostiles were giving our herbivore friends a world of trouble. Tactics on both sides had broken down into a disorganized shooting match that was tilting toward the Kolshians. The Sea's numbers had been nearly halved by an enemy band, much smaller than them. It wasn't worth waiting for the Duet and Shield, or our autonomous allies, to join our rescue. Human crew members can handle a straightforward task and do a clinical job cleaning up this area. The quicker we deal with this, the sooner we can push toward the inner planet. Anzo pulled up an enemy target on screen as we coasted within range, while I monitored whether any foes turned toward us. The Commonwealth vessels seemed a bit dispirited, like they believed that their government was sacrificing them to the cause. With those extenuating factors in mind, it wasn't a surprise that they were slow to react. If Riesel was still alive today, would he have been called home and roped into serving his nation? I almost felt guilty as we nabbed our first mark, nailing them with a plasma beam that was all too easy to land. The Sapient Coalition regained a bit of their senses, with humanity coming to their aid. Our herbivore allies regrouped enough to coordinate fire on specific Kolshian vessels. I passed along which ships were being targeted by our allies so we could pool our resources on the ones they neglected. The manned enemies turned their last missiles toward human-crewed ships out of spite. Bitter at the predators who sealed their suicide mission, the barrage could be batted aside by most of us, except for smaller vessels that had too many inbound explosives centered on them. With the rapidly dwindling number of Commonwealth survivors now out of projectiles, it simplified cleanup even further. A small handful of Kolshian ships attempted to flee and were pursued by the fastest Terran craft. We couldn't allow them to fall back, bolstering the largest contingents near Afa. I knew the point of the staggered resistance was to soften us up, for when we reached the inner sanctum, excessive planetary defenses and the best Commonwealth Dominion vessels would be waiting. Having less threats to contend with improved our odds, given the daunting scale of the task ahead. Taking the Federation Founders' world wouldn't even be the end of our mission. Finish off anything with a Kolshian warp drive. Monahan barked. We have new orders from command. While it's ideal to split our forces, unmanned ships are being paired with the Shield and the Coalition. We can't afford to leave them to their own devices, so we stick to them like glue. Navigations, sensors, find us the best point of attack by the inner planets. Weapons, bring me an update on our ammunition stores. Comms, patch us into allied channels and keep us synchronized. A chorus of assent came from the stations the captain called upon, while the last Kolshian resistance in this region was mopped up. It was troublesome that our Sapient Coalition allies had bungled such an easy assignment. I hoped the furious revenge-seeking Duert and Shield would have a higher level of competency. If none of our partners could handle their own, our warship would be strapped to an anchor. Human leadership needed to have the good sense to cut them loose, if it came down to it, and make the requisite sacrifices to win this battle. I peered at the sensor screen. I see we've plotted an intercept course to rendezvous with the Duert and Shield. After that, I say we go toward that oblong rocky planet. Cato, if I remember its name. An unimportant research colony with a few hab modules. Unless you want to bomb it, I wouldn't concern yourself with settlements aside from Afa. Sovlin is right, Onso agreed. It's a prime target. There's a mix of Commonwealth manned vessels handing Dominion ships. I imagine neither side likes that, so they might not be fighting or coordinating at the best. Precisely. Tyler ducked his head. I'll forward our suggested destination to Navs, along with the location of known enemies. Anything else we should know? Well, just some tactical advice, sir. From what we can see on here, the enemy resistance only gets thicker as we go forward. I recommend keeping the sea and the shield in supporting roles. No, that won't do. The Duerten won't be happy taking a backseat here, Onso challenged. They want revenge for what was done to them. We already established that they're highly emotional and not thinking straight. Then what are you suggesting? We let them take the lead, despite their questionable competency. That's exactly what I'm suggesting, Sovlin. Let the Duerten pick their role and see how they fare. Kato is the test of whether it's best to let them go off on their own. Tyler pursed his lips. I don't see a better option to keep them in line, and getting in their way could make them turn their guns on us. This might convince them we're on the same side. I'll fill the captain in. She can have someone that's in her herbivory ask their decision on how we want to play this. Let's hope this goes better than we all expect, Samantha grumbled. As the censors officer marched off for a conference with Monahan, I found myself questioning the Yotual's suggestion. I hated to admit that Onso's advice was normally sound, but in this case, his idea could be detrimental to the fleet's success pushing deeper. It would be enough of a challenge to protect weaker allies without putting them in charge of our next move. The humans were attempting to manage a tricky situation, with the numerous parties for and against them in the battle, yet this seemed like a ludicrous gamble. I hoped that the Duerten Shield's combat actions today would be as bold as their words. We needed not just to win this next stage of the clash, but also to swing momentum to our side, heading to Alpha. None of this factored in Illis's ships, which had moved off on their own vector, rather than aiding our sapient coalition friends. That bloodthirsty chief hunter must not have wanted the appearance of teaming up with prey. There was no question that the Duerten would not appreciate our Arxer. I didn't envy the Terran brass, trying to juggle these different interests. If anyone could keep this tinderbox from erupting into flames, it was humanity. The Predators had been agents of peace since day one on the galactic scene. The Nature of Predators 164 Memory Transcription Subject, Aingini Captain Sovlin, United Nations, Fleet Command Jating Standardized Human Time, March 24, 2000. 137. The crewed vessels of the Terran fleet advanced on Kato, where the Thor's unlikely Commonwealth Dominion alliance waited. On a separate course, Yoon drones and Yotul technocracy ships were flushing the Shadow Fleet out from the system's asteroid belt. Their band had been saddled with Illis, since their particle beams allowed them to match his aggression. I was hopeful that the Chief Hunter's ships would fall over the course of the battle, even if humanity didn't believe that was the ideal outcome. However, the 50,000 Duerten shield vessels surging ahead toward the rocky world, which was somewhat similar in use to Sol's Mars as I understood it, could be a problem too. The Avians couldn't afford to throw away their numbers, both for our sake and Kalqua's. We were a seed's flight away from Alpha. After soaring through the moderate resistance near the gas giants, more vessels were amassed by Kato, but the bulk of the enemy fleet was anticipating our eventual arrival at the Kolshian homeworld. Their hope was to whittle us down along the way, despite how that knocked tens of thousands of ships from their 500,000-strong tally. The Terrans needed a full docket of information for the upcoming engagement, to stave off any traps or devious intentions. I surveyed the shield with interest, trying to gauge what their strategy would be for engaging the hostiles. With their hulls packed into our ranks, it was then that I noticed a strange anomaly on the nearest scans. I've noticed something unusual about these vessels, compared to the standard Duertan make, I piped up. It's as if they've stapled some mix and match storage bays to the bottom of their ships. High amounts of mass concentration there too. Onso tilted his head. Were they trying to turn standard warships into bombers? The mass distribution is congruent with what I'd expect for a few standard antimatter missiles, typically used in extermination fleets. Samantha's eyes narrowed. Like the extermination fleet that came to Earth. Or to Kagwa, even if they didn't go by that moniker. I will note that there's some variance between Krakatl technology seen on Earth, the multi-tube bombers specialized to Colony Foundation, and the Duertane's rather antiquated technology. The blast radius of their bombs is limited by how inefficient the subatomic collision mechanisms. I jabbed my claws at the Yochul. You don't need to hijack my observations by regurgitating science textbooks. Stop trying to prove your intelligence through rote memorization. I'm providing insight into the destructive capacity of different species' weapons technologies. Ralji forbid I find it interesting. Here's some fucking insight. Any antimatter bomb can flatten a city, but the Duertan's warheads don't have quite the same reach as others when they blow up. Simpler isn't always better, Sovlin. You just don't want a primitive to know anything more than you. If I was a human, you'd gush about my intelligence. Well, who'd expect a predator to behave that way? The bar is lower for them. No offense. Humans just tend to have very specific interests, like how Tyler likes murdering fish and shooting things in simulated games. Tyler scowled at me. I have other interests. Sorry that I can't gush about philosophy and zoology like Marcel. You two need to quit your bickering, especially at a time like this, and conduct yourself with proper discipline. Am I understood? Yes, sir, I grumbled, as the Yochul said nothing. I think you caught the point buried in there. Despite his excessive information, Onso is right about the Duertan strapping themselves with as many roughshod bombs as they could. Carlos's brown irises darkened. Do you think they intend to bomb Alpha, sir? I think so. I also don't see how humanity could stop them without throwing ourselves into the Kolshian's tentacles, so we should cross that bridge if we get there. For all we know, the shield flounders and panics at Kato, Tyler answered. I chewed at my claws. But you said you thought they'd fight better because of their desperation, so... I said they might. I don't think it does any fucking good to raise tensions before we even get to Alpha, because after seeing they taped bombs to their bellies, I'm certain they're off their rockers with rage. Our orders are to destroy enemies posted in this area. Focus on that. If the humans didn't want to address the Duertan's vindictive plans, then I was content not to dwell on the prospect of bombs, while the thought of innocents like Ressel getting caught in the crossfire hounded me. The personal resentment in my heart yearned for the Kolshians to suffer, as we all had. The Yochul would be able to ignore the looming problem as well, given that his opinion was in favor of glassing Alpha. What was Onso going to do? Beg the Terrans to stop the shield from completing his desired course of action? What we need is for the Duertan to carry their weight in combat. The United Nations doesn't endorse or crave genocide, but I can't imagine they'd be sacrificing human lives to protect Afa. Kato's cratered surface was becoming more detailed on the viewport, with a few artificial lights enlarging where hab modules had been installed. The settlements on its surface were cramped structures packed beneath a translucent dome, relying heavily on electrolysis of recycled water to create oxygen. I could read up on such topics, just like Onso. The Dominion and Commonwealth hadn't struck X. Just like Onso, defensive positions tailored toward protecting Kato's orbital range due to the negligible collateral on the surface. Both entities had a blatant disregard for sapient lives, so I suppose they deserved each other. More concerning was the fact that we barely had a numerical edge over their 60-odd thousand encampment. Few manned ships remained in operation for the Terrans, so the bulk of our advance was the 50,000 Duerten arrivals and sapient coalition survivors. There weren't enough of us to keep the shield in check, even if we were meant to babysit them. It was a small relief that the Duerten weren't charging in blind, like Elise said. That said, at least there was a guarantee with Archer ships present that the birds could deal some damage in the attack. The coalition and our revenge-seeking allies were huddling together, thronging toward the hostiles in a massive group. I wasn't sure what the avians were doing, but I still was worried about how the Terrans would handle an assault against civilians. Months ago, I could have never imagined that my main concern, standing among a human crew, would be that their wage mercy would cause quarrels with other powers. Well, that doesn't look like any bombing formation I've ever seen. If this is a practice run for bombing Nifa, you'd think they'd be more spread out, I grumbled. Tyler crossed his arms, inspecting the viewport. The Sapient Coalition has tipped us off that they plan to mob certain ships as one big cluster. To me, it looks more like a clusterfuck, Samantha chimed in. I'm inclined to think the same. They were using plenty words related to herds or herbivores too. I don't know what the Duerten fed the Eski, but they lapped it up. What kind of military strategy is this? Do you have any idea, Sovlin? Realization pinged at the recesses of my memory, triggered by those keywords. Were the Duerten trying to employ prey strategies from nature against predator warships? I combed my brain for hunting safeguards in ancient Gojid history, which they taught about in evolutionary science class. The obvious factor for us was the spines, but the shield hadn't taped any bristles to their craft. Somehow, I doubted the efficacy of that defense mechanism when the beastly bite was from white-hot plasma rather than teeth. This ploy seemed to center around safety in numbers, relying on the herd for protection. I think this is an attempt at communal defense, I posited with uncertainty. It's not unheard of for herd animals to team up against predators. Also, clumping together as a herd makes it difficult for the predator to target any one prey creature. Tyler groaned. It also makes evasion impossible when your fleet is a giant target. Onzo squinted at his sensor readout. Swarming might be the only way they can get kills in a calculated way. You saw how the Sapient Coalition performed as a proper military. At the very least, it won't be any strategy our enemy is expecting from us, so it could surprise them. Like we did with Ilis, we can use our ships to distract the Kolshian Arksha team. I don't think just shooting at the enemy will be enough to distract them from the giant ball of incoming ships, Carlos pointed out. That's why you humans need to pull one of your crazy stunts. Like moving another miles-wide moon? Onzo, that requires a ton of planning and days-long acceleration in subspace. I know, but my point is, I'm sure you can repurpose something as a distraction. What do you expect them to do? Materialize an asteroid belt around Kato? I hissed. Officer Cardona's icy eyes lit up with sinister delight. This distinct snarl was an expression that played on a human's face when they had a diabolical idea, a wry proclamation of mischief. Nothing that would benefit an enemy's welfare ever followed from that predatory marker. It usually indicated that a Terran had dreamt up some novel way of killing or disrupting the natural order. For all their noble sensibilities, that was the expression of cruelty that lurked within them, perhaps even the bloodlust they didn't believe they had. I shuddered to fathom what Tyler's latest idea might be, and felt my spines bristle from the elated malice radiating from his binocular gaze. It's been a long time since humans triggered my instincts, even during combat or when they're killing others. Somehow, right now, I sense that it's justified to fear their creative capacity within the field of death. So the Duertan want to swarm the enemy? I think we can do that one better. The sandy-haired officer chuckled. Nanodrones. We still have plenty of them. Anzo's eyes also gleamed, unafraid of the scheming human. Instead of using them as tiny impacts, where they're unable to be shot down, we fashion them into bingo.tion. Despite the fact that I was at a loss, Samantha and Carlos both seemed to catch on to what the exchange pair were talking about. Officer Cardona stepped over to Captain Monahan, passing along his idea in hushed tones. I tried not to sulk that the nerdy marsupial always understood the predators much better than me, a veteran starship captain who was supposed to be a brilliant strategist thought. What had the Yochel exchange program been like? If Onzo was a proper indicator, their response to military innovations seemed to be, wow, cool. Weapons are awesome. We should play with these killer machines for our ships too. My attention turned to the viewport, not wanting to express my inadequacy by asking for more details. All I'd grasped was that the Terrans found a new use for their nanodrones, aside from the standard death by 1,000 scratches. Given that Tyler selected the word swarm, I imagined he had a larger scale plan for them. Hopefully, the Duertan wouldn't be rubbed the wrong way by us springboarding off their idea with a better version. It would take the onus off them, depending how successful this distraction was. Human distractions tended to morph into the main event as an impetus toward chaos. According to my sensor contacts, the primate vessels were unloading their nanodrones and pulling them into a giant clump. All it took was a contribution of about 100 microscopic robots from each of our 10,000-odd ships to cook up a monstrosity. The swarm looked like a dust storm in the void, a primordial-looking blob that challenged all notions of size and scale. There wasn't a crew in the galaxy that was trained for 1,000,000 tiny dots descending on them as one. This tactic had the downside of making it possible to target the nanodrones with conventional weapons. The Arxer and the Kolshians wasted no time lobbing plasma, bullets, missiles, and anything else they had in stock at our distraction. Well, they certainly seemed distracted, I commented. The wicked grin hadn't left Tyler's face. It hasn't even started raining nanodrones over Baikato yet. We'll have enough striking their hulls at once to rack up some kills. The Duertan's herd formation wasn't attracting much fire, allowing them to move forward with their group attack. Terran-manned vessels pressed ahead alongside the avians, but kept our distance from their single cluster. Our plasma guns were charged, and Captain Monahan was waiting only to draw within range to give the order to fire. The Kolshians and Arxer were preoccupied with the tiny specks zipping toward them. The nanodrones could gather significant velocity in a short time frame due to their insignificant mass. Our foes couldn't cut down enough of our swarm, and there were mere seconds until its impact. Every time I think that humans are normal people, and don't have any particular propensity to evilness, they conjure up something like this. And is something that nobody else in the galaxy has ever heard, or even thought you of it. I trusted humanity to utilize their creations for good, but I was suddenly very grateful for that empathy which might drive a wedge between us and the Duertin shield. This latest plot exemplified how dangerous they were when their hunting prowess was allowed to flourish. Shivers ran down my spine as nanodrones struck home in quantities that defied imagination. An assortment of holes blossomed on enemy vessels along their entire length, with our robots hammering drive compartments through brute force. Explosions besieged the Kolshian Archer line, as shielding and plating were both helpless against an attack of this magnitude. While the nanodrones were continuing to pelt them from all sides, encircling and swallowing the enemy whole, we took the opportunity to deploy shield-breaking missiles. This softened the defenders up even further for the Duertin shield, whose herd moseyed ahead to mob small segments of remaining hostiles. Humanity targeted foes away from our allies' line of sight, picking off any dazed opponents with plasma. The numbers of Kato's garrison had taken a significant hit from the nanodrone swarm, and a second wave of attack was on them without a moment given for recovery. It was a brutal trouncing, even as they tried to fight back in desperation. The panic among the enemy formation wasn't just in the prey-crewed Commonwealth vessels. Even the Dominion's order had disintegrated with a million mites of dust pommeling their craft. The Kolshians and the Archer didn't team up with each other well to begin with, so the result was predictable. We were facing isolated survivors, hurling munitions at us and the Duertin in a blind frenzy. The shield sustained several hits due to their strategy of flocking together, which had made them an unmissable target. That persuaded the hostiles to concentrate munitions on the herd rather than us. The nanodrone swarm inflicted a catastrophic amount of casualties, Anso remarked. Formation outside of Kato is dwindling rapidly, down to a few thousand. The enemy appears to be targeting the shield primarily, by virtue of taking out as many ships as possible. The Duertin could mitigate their losses, except some vessels seemed disinterested in targeting the last enemies. Tyler pointed to a Duertin breakaway sect on the viewport, and his scowl intensified as the Yochel zoomed in on the movement. Shit, they're moving toward the planet. I don't exactly see any new hostiles coming up from the surface. Terran manned vessels zipped closer to expedite the cleanup of the last few hostiles, but our sensor station was entranced by the Duertin's erratic behavior. Homogeneity ships had made a beeline toward Kato, breaching orbital range with as much speed as they could. I flinched as their plasma guns revved to life, cutting down a lone evacuation transport. It made sense that most Kolshians stayed put, since they assumed humanity would ignore the colony in favor of Alpha. However, from what I guessed the avians' wishes to be, that was a grave error of judgment. Gasps of horror sounded from the predators across the bridge, as the Duertin unloaded antimatter bombs without hesitation. Where there otherwise would have been celebration as we cut down the last enemy ships in the area, there was instead a somber silence. The wait for the inevitable felt both long and short, as warheads hurtled toward each settlement on the colony. Orange flashes popped atop the surface's beacons of artificial light, though when the radiance died down, Kato's electrical glow did not return. The importance of the colony clearly hadn't mattered to the shield, as much as the fact that there were Gani Kolshians living down there. The Duertin homogeneity had broken off for a hot-headed action of their choosing, not even waiting to secure orbital victory to move on to bombing the civilians. The avians had snuffed out every settlement they could spot on Kato. If that didn't make their intentions for Afa clear, I didn't know what would. Our plans were also set in stone, pledging to displace the Commonwealth government and bring their homeworld under our control. Gaily vive. My crewmates had stated that we needed the shield's numbers and couldn't afford to clash with them due to our conflicting ideas of justice. Where each side stood and what was at stake was as unambiguous as the result of the Battle of Cato. The question was what humanity would do about the murderous atrocity their allies had just committed. The nature of predators, 165. 100 transcription subject. Our ambassador, Tarva of the Venlo Republic date ye standardized human time. March 24th, 2137. The first meeting of the Sapient Coalition was in the past, but ever my sights were set on the future. Humanity's assortment of allies had been very receptive to the idea of fixing the Venlil's hindrances, since in our case, it had nothing to do with us not being herbivores. It was about us not being meek, deformed herbivores that followed the Yanmeh Federation's guidance. Noah and I returned to Skalga with a new lease on life. A week from today's date, I was set to be the first Venlil to have my gene tampering reversed. It would be televised through a press conference, which Governor Veln insisted on being a part of for optics. My summons to the governor's mansion had mainly been to brief our leader on what happened during the convention, but Veln saved the topic of today's referendum for last. Veln flicked his ears placidly. Thank you both for coming to fill me in. I made sure to expedite a planet-wide vote on the planet's name, as promised. I'll abide by the results, regardless of my distaste for Oiskolke. I'd also prefer not to keep Venlil Prime around, so the options were Skalga versus other or stay the same. It'll be wonderful to shed another part of the Federation's influence. That was our point of mutual agreement, I replied. I was planning on submitting my vote online as soon as we're done here. Don't worry, I won't keep you long. Noah, I can see your feet blatantly pointing toward the door. A sign of where you wish to be. The astronaut grimaced. Do I have to answer that? No, but may I remind you, I didn't ask you to come. When Tara brought you, I let you tag along as a sign of goodwill toward your people. I'd say I'd prefer to talk to my SC ambassador without a foreign government's agent in the room, but I imagine she'll tell you everything anyway. For your information, I can keep my work separate, especially when Venlil interests are involved, I hissed. Noah wouldn't say anything that wasn't meant for our ears, though. He's honorable. A dark emotion flickered in Veln's pupils, and he hesitated. I must ask, how in the stars did you keep the humans at bay, Tarva? Insight would be accepted from Noah at this point. They have ways of being persuasive by coercing people to do what they want. Trapping you with your own words, finding every loophole and technicality in the law. Is that why you went along with everything they said? Was I wrong about your motives? That doesn't sound anything like the Terrans. Oh, that sounds everything like us. Love, Noah growled, a low chuckle rumbling in his throat. Our diplomats are quite skilled at protecting our interests. I understand what you're capable of and what you can do and threatened. But contrary to what Veln thinks, we disagreed on plenty. I never felt pressured to do anything I didn't want to. Because you care about us, and we care about you. Everyone at the UN knew you had humanity's back, so we had yours. We knew you wanted what was best for us, for Venla, and for the entire galaxy. That was the one issue we had to agree on. It's really that simple. Veln over there wants to play hardball and trade favors, so he's asking for an entirely different relationship between us. The governor narrowed his eyes. I'm trying, Inoti, to ice humanity out. Venlil are my top priority, but I don't mean any active harm to you. If you watch out for the Venlil first, then the UN will elevate human interests above yours. Tava considered us as much as Venlil, just as we considered you on the same level as us. It's up to you what relationship you want with Earthveln, but the way you're operating now won't merit true brotherhood. We are fiercely loyal, but we also give what we get. I think you know that's fair. What I know is that I want us to be independent, and I don't want anything dictated to us from outside our borders. It's not personal, it's just business. I stood from my chair, grabbing Noah's hand. It was always personal to me, Yandamem. Humans are sweet, but they're not pushovers. What you told them was you want your talks to be personal, so they've taken emotion out of their decisions. It is just business now. I don't see the issue. The problem is their tactics are downright predatory, Tarva. They're ruthless and manipulative. Then you're perfect for each other. And Veln, don't ask my advice unless you want to know how to start treating the Terrans as friends again. Like I said, their welfare is personal to me. Let's go, Noah. My human was trying not to laugh at the outraged look on the governor's face. I suppose it could be viewed as audacity that I'd spoken to Veln in that manner, but ousting me as ambassador would sour his political points. There was some curiosity in my mind about what humanity had done that the shifty Venlil found predatory. Still, it was enough to know that the United Nations was well equipped to handle his self-centered schemes. I had noticed some major modifications on the visor law released to the public. My mind also harkened back to how Elias Meyer had warned me about certain elements of his own government being snakes in the grass, which Noah agreed with. Governor Veln invited out a side of humanity they'd been keeping away from us. With legislation being targeted at their species, it's self-defense. Noah allowed himself to smirk once we reached our vehicle. It was funny, but I'd advise not antagonizing Veln going forward. You're not going to be able to get any favors from him if you make an enemy of him. You haven't exactly welcomed Veln with open arms, and you made sure he knew you can't stand him, I protested. I was never that forthright, Tava. You basically called him predatory. I'm pretty sure that's the worst insult in your culture. Only after Veln used it against humanity. That Venlil should not think himself above you. I know, but I know how important it is to you to have breathing room with the Sapient Coalition. You don't want Veln to put you on a short leash. Forgive the predatory metaphor. I flicked my ears in acknowledgement, digesting his point. Governor Veln had been willing to take some of my ideas under advisement, and he'd thrown his full support behind certain initiatives that mattered to me. The gene edit reversal and the Skalga referendum were genuine positives that had sprouted from his rule, while there was little to gain from turning my successor into an enemy. Noah watched with curious eyes as I pulled out my holopad, eager to see our voting process in action. I completed a double retinal scan, authenticated my conscious decision to vote through a code sent to my email, and scanned my ID card in front of the camera. The two options, Skalga and others stay the same, showed as buttons in large font. I tapped Skalga, clicked a checkbox to confirm my choice, and submitted the ballot after pressing yes when asked if I intended to pass along the results. Noah smiled as I snuggled up to him, before prying the holopad from my grasp. The predator searched up the exit polls, and his teeth flashed vibrantly as he turned the screen around to face me. Overwhelming public sentiment was in favor of retaking our ancestral name, with over 75% of those surveyed being Skalga supporters. Vaughn's attempts to dissuade the populace from bringing back the name the Federation stole from us failed. Though it wasn't a certain guarantee, it gave me the assurance that one of my initiatives had been taken to heart. Our child is going to grow up on Skalga, able to run, jump, and smell. Noah's eyes fluttered over to me. What do you say, before the SC meeting next week, we finally take that vacation to Earth? We haven't been able to go through with it for so long. I'd love to see where you grew up. After all, I want to make sure our child is familiar with Earth. We'll be spending plenty of time on human soil as a family, I purred. You're really excited about that step, aren't you? I've been thinking about it too. Settling down and having kids just wasn't ever in the cards for me. Exploring the universe was my calling, and that ruled out what might have been. The fact that we found extraterrestrials, it was like reaching the finish line of a race I thought I'd just started. It was the culmination of my dreams. If you're not excited about the idea of children, Noah, you don't have to pretend for me. It's okay, your feelings are important too, and I don't want you to be unhappy in silence out of kindness. That's not what I'm trying to say. I'm just explaining that it's the first time I thought about this, and I have no idea what to do raising a kid from a different species no less. You, meanwhile, have experience with parenting and have ideas about how you want to raise the little fella. I'm not sure I can contribute or be as prepared for it as you. It's a huge responsibility, and the more I think about it, the more I know it. You're overwhelmed by the prospect. Well, yeah. I had an amazing dad, and I want to be just like him. I'm not worried that I have the wrong temperament or anything, but I don't want to undersell the work and commitment it'll take from us both. The fact that it'll be a massive undertaking as is. It's why I am worried to suggest the idea I can't get out of my head. Breathe. We're going to figure out what's best for us both, and it'll be okay. What's your idea? It might be too much to ask. I don't want to spoil your vision. Noah, I sprung on you that I'm getting experimental gene mods and looking to have a kid with zero warning. I think we've already crossed too much to ask. The human's hands were trembling from nerves, and I gently coiled my tail around his wrist to calm him down. Our conversation back at the Sapient Coalition meeting had been harrowing from my side, so if Noah was addressing a topic of that magnitude for our personal lives, I could understand his apprehension. He was worried about putting our relationship on the rocks, or scaring me off. I gently cupped his chin with my paw, giving him my best look of affection. Whatever change he felt, compelled to suggest to our plans, I was willing to listen. Both of us were from different cultures and lives, so we could handle opinion schisms in a mature way. Maybe Noah's not ready for the responsibility quite yet. He sounds stressed. We're not getting younger, but I could wait a few years if it'll make it more palatable for him to ease into. I want to do this together. Kane astronaut drew a shaky breath. Obviously, I'm not capable of giving birth, but if we adopted a human child... Oh, my voice came out flat as I tried to keep my emotions from spilling over. The thought of splitting up with Noah cut me like a knife, but a difference in interests that severe would be difficult to overcome. I understand if raising a Venlo is not right for you, but the entire reason I wanted this was about having a child that can live the life I'll never have. I can't give that up, even for you. No, I'm not saying not to have the Venlo child, at all. I'm sorry for being unclear. I'm talking about raising a human child, alongside our little fluff ball, raising them together. It's an added responsibility, I know, but I found the idea really beautiful. A family that bridges the species gap. It was my turn to be taken off guard by Noah's suggestion toward our plans, though I didn't feel averse to the idea. I could imagine a little primate and a tiny Venlo running around in the park, laughing as one big family. Of course, I had no idea what was needed to raise a human, but I suppose that put me in the same boat as my partner. He was clueless what went into rearing one of my species' younglings. Having helpless sapiens that were dependent on us to survive would mean we could learn about the other's kind at a fundamental level. Calling a predator my own child, caring and loving them just as my astronaut would love a Venlo, felt right. It was a daunting challenge for us both, yet I couldn't agree with the heartwarming idea fast enough. That sounds like a wonderful idea, Noah. Raising a human and a Venlo alongside each other as siblings? I'll love our little Earthborn. I don't think I can call them a goober. Can you suggest an adorable nickname? The Terran's pearly fangs showed with a radiant smile. You could call them a goober. But why go for that when you can say our little Vivisus predator? Ah, yes. Humanity, the vicious species whose first contact with the Zeruleans was the visiting ambassador curling up on a human diplomat's shoe. A human diplomat's vicious shoe. How can a shoe be vicious? I'm sure the Federation would drum up some evil intentions we have with our foot coverings. Obviously, we use it to harden our feet to kick prey animals like this. Noah lightly batted his shoe against my ankle, amusement dancing in his eyes. Wait, I actually heard a story back at the embassy about someone throwing a shoe at a receptionist to distract security at a UN base. I don't know how true that was. You could have stopped with the first part, but you just have to correct your words, don't you? Accuracy is important. Science doesn't mess around with truth, my love. I wouldn't want anyone to say I omit unflattering aspects of the truth. I value my integrity. I value your integrity and everything else about you, Noah Williams. You're the person who completes me, who gets me, and makes me feel like I am free to be happy again. I'm so glad the universe crossed our paths. I love you with all my heart. The human's binocular eyes fixed on me with intense focus. I love you too. Now, forever, and always. I'll love you to the heat death of the universe. I rested my head against the predator's sturdy chest, exhaling with contentment. All I'd hoped for in recent months was a peaceful future between us and humanity. While I couldn't work as fervently toward that on the political stage, events in my personal life could align toward that sincere goal. My passion could also be devoted to returning the Venlo to our roots and finding out what we were without the Federation. The referendum looked like a lock to return our name to Skalga, which meant the public was on the same page. Maybe after Noah and I paved the way for a post-gene reversal life, others would follow. For the first time since my daughter's death, I felt that the best days of my personal life were ahead. Humanity's arrival was what gave me the chance to have a family again, freeing me from my ignorance and opening new doors into the future. I was grateful to have a partner who'd invested himself in my dreams and morphed them into a joint effort that could give us a unique, wonderful opportunity. There was no telling what came next for us, but I was excited to see where the journey would lead. The nature of predators, 166. Memory transcription, subject, Onso, Yotul, technical specialist, Jde, standardized human time. March 24, 2000, 137. After my wishing for the Kolshians to face steep retribution for everything they'd done to Leon, it turned out there was no need to prompt humanity to begin bombing. The Duetan shield had been eager to obliterate anything housing life on Kato's surface. Watching the settlements vanish beneath a fiery glow, visible from space, did nothing to temper my rage. It didn't give me back the 20 years of my existence spent in a neurochemical haze, because I had eye predator disease. Karen seemed no more pleased than I was, and Sovlin's face showed a mixture of horror and concern. Chewing on his reaction for a few seconds, I believed the old Gojid was worried about how the humans would respond to the Duertans' bombing endeavor. Tyler had spelled out the UN's intentions to end the cycle of violence, and not to become like other murderous factions in our neck of galaxy. I respected the Terrans enough to heed their direction. Without the Earthlings' arrival, Lyran would still be overrun by Federation colonizers today. In my heart, I felt that the Kolshians needed to pay for the millions, billions of lives they genocided through their tenure. Yet a coldness gripped me as I realized how easy it was to kill an entire populace. This is what it means to wipe the Feds out once and for all, the reality I'd wished I could bring about. When Tyler said I think life means something, he wasn't wrong. This feels no better than watching all the things they did to us. Mighty Duertan ships veered away from the surface, knowing the life-facilitating habitats weren't able to withstand a dose of antimatter. As if they'd never gone astray, the birds rejoined Terran and Sapient Coalition forces in cleaning up the last Kolshians in the systems. I forwarded a final target for us to pick off, in a fog, still reeling from the suddenness of the bombing. My concerns regarding the Duertan had been about how effective they'd be in the thick of combat, but now I was worried about how much they'd lash out due to their cornered animal mentality. It wasn't out of the question that they'd turn their guns on us within their rage, not dissimilar to how years of bottled anger led me to behave in explosive fashion at times. The humans needed to handle the situation delicately. I wasn't sure how the primates might go about getting us and the Duertan on the same page. As the last active foes by Kato were picked off, the Terrans decided it was an appropriate time to break our silence. I could see a brief discussion between our officers as the rest of the crew moved ahead with battle plans as though nothing was wrong. Navigations pulled us closer to the herd-like cluster of Shield and Coalition vessels, and sensed us with their vector toward Alpha itself, the prize of the system. Captain Monahan stewed by her station, scowling at the viewport. Hail the Duertan shield yesterday. They're not going to launch an orbital raid over Afa, especially not with our boots on the ground. If I may, sir, I began, swiveling my ears toward Tyler. The Sapient Coalition doesn't seem to have any objections over what the Duertan did to Kato. Your eyes won't challenge you, but they think that bombing was justified. The blonde human pursed his lips. We know they're angry about their entire lives and societies being a lie. I know that you're angry about them stomping out the Yotul spirit for decades, but if those people had nothing to do with that, and that's a damn straight fact. I know. It kind of hit me that everyone down there was just dead in an instant. Even if the Kolshians deserve it, it's terrifying to be the arbiters of which civilizations live and which ones die. Humans don't want to set the precedent of who you chose not to save. When you stop believing your enemies are people, that opens the door to monstrous acts, Carlos agreed. Humanity is making a conscious choice to care about all life, even when it feels impossible to do so. Samantha snorted. Cal, life. I don't see how we ever fix this authoritarian clusterfuck. Besides, I have as much sympathy for Kato as they had for Melbourne, which is 0. But since we saved their asses, the Duaten have no right to show up, circumvent our wishes, and give us the runaround. Well, they did, Sovlin grumbled. Ons, the atavist is right. Your allies agree with them, not you, and infighting would fuck us over. Tread carefully with that rebuke. Tyler heaved a weary sigh. Not my department. My job is to make sure whatever goes down, we keep an eye on it. We'll see what the captain says and provide support accordingly. Monahan's hail had gone unanswered for several minutes, a sign that the Duerten weren't eager to give humanity an account for their actions. I tried not to fixate on the outstanding call. Even if tensions erupted within our own ranks, it would still be vital for me to have a full picture of what was happening throughout the system. My gaze filtered down to the sensor screen, where I could gauge the success of our other group. Yotul technocracy ships and Yoon drones had kept pace with Ilais, gunning into the asteroid belt. The Shadow Fleet had taken up positions there to utilize terrain to their advantage, and it seemed our Arxer allies had reenacted their reckless strategy from the gas giant. The chief hunter sacrificed thousands of his vessels Hagen on a headlong charge, the particle beam-armed ships accompanying him were the ones who had the Commonwealth's number. The Arxer reinforcements were still afloat with about 15,000 ships, while the technocracy and UN top artillery were reigning supreme in this conflict. My team engaging the Kolshians' second-rate ships here allowed our heavy hitters to demolish their secret arsenal without distractions. When our forces joined up to storm Alpha, we'd make it a grueling challenge for the Federation to defend their core world. The enemy hadn't whittled us down along the way as much as they hoped. The only thing that could fuck this up is if we get into it with the Duerten right before the final stage. We need unity, so I hope Monahan will be pragmatic. That's assuming the shield answer? After several minutes of waiting, the same Duetan commander from earlier appeared. What is it you want, human? You said we can choose our role, and we chose what we came here for. Do we have a problem? Easy. I wish to coordinate our plans for taking Aoife without using an intermediary. We're not enemies, so we need to be on the same page, Monahan said. For a predator, you show zero appreciation for a display of violence. Your SC friends tell me we're not on the same page at all. And also, you let us take charge at Cato, just to bump us when we get to the main event? Nice try. Duetan Commander, this isn't a contest. This is about the fate of both of our people, and for that matter, all intelligent life in 1,000 light-year radius. I heard what you said about being angry and coming here to dish out violence. I assure you that humanity understands, appreciates, and empathizes with your feelings. We know you're hurting, but I know we both agree that we'll have to win this battle. Us being divided or miscommunicating could spell disaster for our chances. We're not divided, unless you try to stop us from finishing the job. If you truly grasped how we feel about the billions of our own lying dead, there would be nothing to talk about. Don't pretend you aren't about to plead for us not to bomb those soulless bastards. I'm pleading for you to stay your explosives long enough for us to have a mutual discussion on what to do with Alpha. And most importantly, for humanity to head to the surface and gather information to ensure the Kolshians become a non-factor in the galaxy. Please, listen to my next words. we know very little about the Shadowcast. We want to know their motives for starting this entire cycle of hatred, so we can have closure for Earth. If you're truly grateful for our help in saving Kalqua, you'll let us have that. The Duerten's beak parted in confusion. You would go trouble of landing, risking human lives, and merely delaying what we plan to do, for information on why they did it. It's beyond the why. The practical reason is one I think you'll agree with. Our lack of information on the Shadowcast means we have no idea where they hid. It could be on another planet far off, perhaps even in a system belonging to you or one of your allies. It could be under the very oceans of Alpha, like the archives were, if we don't find out the truth. Those bombs could miss the people who are undeniably responsible for what was done to you. We succeed by doing this by the book, and without letting our emotions cloud our judgment. Trust us to be eye predators, and hunt every Kolshian conspirator down. You will share your findings with us, and not omit anything for your own purposes. We are not the ones who hide our true intentions. I see no reason we can't work in harmony, to dig up any other dirty secrets the Kolshians might have that will threaten us all. What do you say? The grey avian was silent for long, brooding seconds. Assuming you can get unequivocal command of Alpha, I'll have my fleet hold their fire. If things go astray or it looks like we might be losing the fight, we're glassing as many cities on that blighted rock as we can. Then let's make sure we win, Monahan declared. Take care of yourself, Commander. I hope this is the start of better relations between our species. And I hope that you can find peace someday. Nene. Yeah. I hope that you find the closure you're looking for, human. Good luck. The Duerten commander vanished from the screen, and our captain's face lit up with visible relief. Persuading the shield to let us land bought us some time, without worrying about the first bombs landing as our soldiers touched down. On a personal level, it allowed Tyler and I to accomplish the mission that brought us away from our easy assignments in the first place. Finding out what the Kolshians had done to Slanik. Perhaps that mystery would overlap with the broad answers the United Nations was seeking out, even when I felt certain that Afa's glassing was the optimal outcome. I'd wanted to help my best friend first. With a temporary solution to our internal disagreements, that eliminated one hurdle to taking the Kolshian homeworld. I tried to wipe what happened on Kato from my mind and focus on what was ahead of us. The entirety of the Terran's efforts since first contact led to this moment. The Duerten Shield and Sapient Coalition fanned out, while we maneuvered to the heart of the formation. Meanwhile, Yotul technocracy, Terran drones, and Arxer allies took up angles from opposite headings. Our collection of ships was forming a net that encircled Alpha, merging into a cohesive unit that'd swallow the planet's defenses from all sides. I pivoted our viewport onto the luscious world. A series of faint violets and greens dotting the continents from native vegetation. City lights were more prolific on Alpha's form than the electric glimmers on Carter, while the oceans were unbroken swaths of blue. I couldn't rule out the possibility that the Shadow Fleet planted its cities beneath the waves, where no one would ever look. The Kolshian's Ectolan ancestors had aquatic origins, and as the Thafki proved, species who were drawn to water never truly lost that itch. Whatever secrets were hiding down there, we needed to steamroll the hundreds of thousands of Commonwealth ships above it to find them. Now was not the time for any missteps. Tyler cleared his throat. You see the planetary defenses on the lunar satellite? Those are gonna prevent us from getting close enough to Afa for a landing or an airdrop, and they're gonna be a massive problem for our ships. It'll be a bloodbath to get a clean angle to take them all out from above, 'cause they got a fuck ton of outposts. We understand from the crew briefing, I replied. Secretary General Shaw's drawn comparisons to Normandy, an amphibious assault where, according to my research, one coalition stormed a desired target's beaches to take them over. We want to overrun the Kolshian planetary defenses and claim them for ourselves. Yes, precisely. If we can turn their own powerful lasers and ground-based artillery on the Shadow Fleet, it'll give us a massive boost. As an officer of this ship, I have no intention of volunteering for this mission. Infantry and security personnel have been assigned from our vessel, and many others. But if anyone does feel their skill set fits a job like this, I'm giving you the opportunity to join the landing party in the hangar bay. Fuck no, sir. I'm staying with you. Good. After the boarding incident, you're sticking with me whether you want to or not. That prompt was mainly directed at Harris and Romero. Samantha narrowed her eyes. What? Because we're foot soldiers who got stuck being Baldy's watchdogs? Pretty sure that's why Officer Cardona asked us. We stormed the archives in that Oxer cattle ship, and we're the most qualified ones at this station, Carlos sighed. Qualified ones to pat the cannon fodder. Also able to shoot a gun and clear a building, unlike the Fetties. You know what? Fuck it, I'm in. Might be the only place the Damion lets me shoot at those Kolshian dickwads. You're truly eloquent, Sam. Away with words. I'm going to get the job done. I don't hear you volunteering to leave this cozy ship. I'm in if you are, you absolute psycho. Let's gear up and head to the hangar. Sovlin swatted Carlos with the blunt side of his claws. Wait for me. None of you even asked me, after the three of us have been through several gunfights together. Whoa, I'm not sure that's a good idea, Tyler protested. Are you sure? It involves a space drop. You know, jumping out of the ship. Also a jump where you'll be far back enough to need the use of jet thrusters, till you're within lunar gravity range. What? You want to pull the crazy shit you did on the Cradle, but from space. And while dropping military rovers too. I'm glad you're getting the picture, so let's skip to the part where Baldy wimps out and says a tearful goodbye. Samantha interjected. Fuck you. I don't like the idea at all, but if you can do it, so can I. The Gojit's remaining spines bristled, tipping off his fear. Who flew the shuttle down to Silis, pushing it harrowingly close to its breaking point? Yeah, but you also freaked out when the Aerosub started sinking on Tosk. That was water. I don't know if you know this, Sam, but that's different from land. There's no water on this stupid hunk of rock there. As long as you're not crashing this moon into a planet, we're good. Tyler hesitated. You are qualified infantry, but aliens just don't have the training for orbital drops. However, if you want to hurl yourself into the line of fire, I won't stand in your way. Tag along with Harris and Romero if you're sure. Sure as can be. They're not getting rid of me. Great. Still stuck babysitting the war criminal with spikes that could poke my eyes out, Sam lamented, though I caught the teasing lilt in her voice. That's right. My remaining spikes could poke your ugly-ass eyes out, so you better be nicer. Let's move. The trio vacated the bridge, leaving Tyler and I to man the sensor station during the crucial battle. When I proved myself more than capable of supplying tactical insight in Sovlin's absence, it would be difficult for the Gojid to use racist pejoratives toward my capabilities. I centered the viewport on the Kolshian and Dominion ships between us and the lunar satellite, while also setting my filters to watch for any planetary defense lasers vectoring toward us. Our goal was to get the infantry that would be storming the enemy fortifications as close to the target as possible. It was also preferable that they didn't deploy right in the middle of a plasma beam contest. I ran a hasty analysis on the makeup of the first ships we'd be facing. Pinpointing enemy weaknesses required knowledge of what we were up against. The Shadow Fleet had staked a massive claim within Alpha's bounds, while the Dominion also had camped eye-popping numbers by the target. It was a little surprising that the Arcster captains had been dissuaded from dropping a few bombs on the Kolshians with their cruelty-centric culture. Furthermore, of the hundreds of thousands of craft here for the final stand, very few were manned Commonwealth vessels. Most of the public military appeared to have been sacrificed along the route. Among the Alpha-based ships marked as hostiles, very few appeared to be manned, sir, I informed Tyler. I will just bring your attention to the contacts designated civilian, standard evac transports. Out ahead of the front lines, and the only manned ships that I can see. The human nodded. How many souls aboard? Hundreds. Dohain. No sign of weapons on board or anything anomalous. They are raying straight toward us, but we're also blocking all the ways out of the system. Assuming you don't want them blown up, you might want to direct the 210 away from their flight path. Understood. I do wonder why they didn't evacuate civilians sooner. They've known we're coming for weeks. Sure, they're arrogant, but there had to have been some civvies who wanted to get out when they heard the flesh-eating predators were coming. I tilted my head in befuddlement. I do think some of the populace would have wanted to leave with advance warning. The only thing I can come up with is that they didn't tell them ahead of time. That is a reason. The squids sure do like keeping their control, and not giving people the option to leave could be part arrogance and part tyranny. I don't know, but we ain't gonna shoot evac shuttles. The Watan might want to. It was done to their civilians, trying to leave Kalkwa. They only agreed to spare Alpha so humanity could eradicate the Shadow Caste. I heard you, Onso. Plus, I get that those fuckers might have sent the evac ships up now, so we have to fight around the civvies to get to the military targets. I'll notify the captain, and we'll get our SC pals to quietly push the shield as far away from those transports as possible. Okay. I'll keep an eye on their path, so Weapons knows where they are. The blonde officer strode off to confer with Captain Monahan, while I mulled over the circumstances on the battlefield. Within the hour, we'd be squaring off for our first engagement near Aifa. The civilian ships were an unwelcome variable, and the Terrans were too honorable to take them out of the equation. It was important to determine why the evac shuttles had been held back until now, before they complicated a testing battle even further. The humans hadn't expected the Kolshians to fight clean, so it was possible the hostiles meant to sacrifice their own non-combatants or use them as living shields. Solidifying our understanding of Aifa's motives for this launch timing could be necessary to stave off any dirty tricks they had in mind. I hoped humanity wouldn't be forced to make the decision between innocence and victory, but I knew they were willing to do whatever it took to end the war. The Nature of Predators, 167 Memory Transcription. Subject, Onzo, Yotul, Technical Specialist, Age Date, Standardized Human Time, March 24th, 2000. 137 Our fleet crested toward our waiting enemies. With the greatest tools and allies mankind had been able to assemble. As impressive as Earth's wartime innovations had been, it was their relentless pursuit of friends that we'd reaped the most rewards from so far. Having others to back us up made it possible to challenge a multitude of foes. The road to reach Alpha's orbit hadn't been pretty, but war never was so beautiful or clean. The Terrans hadn't escaped entirely free from compromising their beliefs or sacrificing lives they wished they didn't have to. Assuming we gained orbital control, I wasn't sure what we'd do about the Duertins' determination to glass this world. My grim realization was that humanity might have to bend to their values again, with the Kolshians sending up civilian ships amid the battle. The evacuation shuttles hadn't lowered their thrusters. Despite the oncoming onslaught, the United Nations hadn't fired on the transports. Though we were in range to take the first ones out, I could see weapons growing antsy the nearer they got. The Terran Allied fleet ceded a slight opening, altering our path enough to drift out of their way. With thousands of weaponless refugee vehicles coasting ahead, it was difficult to steer clear of all of them. I eyed the sensor readout and noticed them sending power to directional thrusters. Evac shuttles might be trying to sidestep us. But they're afraid enough of Terrans to leave. Why would they trust them not to fire? My head snapped toward Tyler. Get weapons to fire on those shuttles. They're hostiles. Hang on. What evidence do you have for that, Anso? The human asked, in a wary voice. I know you think they deserve to be wiped out, but the evidence is they're not acting afraid of you. No, none of them are flinching. My gut instinct says they're up to no good. The Kolshians have a better understanding of what's the truth about us. They might know our code of ethics against shooting civilians. The Shadow Caste knows, but the average citizen doesn't. That means the secret fleet must be piloting those shuttles. It's the only thing that explains their behavior. Sensors would know if they're hiding weapons, so that, no. My God. Captain Monahan frowned, having overheard our exchange. That's a bold assumption, but it has the ring of truth to it. Weapons patch us in with our allies. Advise them to hold their fire, but shoot any transports that draw too close. As comms fired off a hasty communique, and I passed along the nearest shuttle for weapons to target, the speediest Kolshian transport swerved at a UN drone. The automated vessel was programmed not to shoot at civilian targets without authorization or clear hostile activity. When the evac ship rammed into our unpiloted vehicle full speed, it smoked through its hull. Both spacecraft were shattered. In the collision, hundreds of life signatures from within the shuttle vanished in an instant, strewn to cosmic dust. On the thousands of ships carrying refugees, similar passenger counts showed on my readout. Given the lack of panicked movement within the interiors, I assumed they had no idea what their fate was going to be. The civilian vessels turned on the first Terran ships they could encounter, with several hundred crashing before we'd reacted to the unthinkable. I could feel a knot of horror in my stomach as I realized how little the Commonwealth thought of the lives of their own people. While humanity chose to care about all life in the galaxy, the Kolshians cared for Anonin. Those civilians had been loaded onto the shuttles without a clue to their fate, with the promise of escaping the system. The Shadow Fleet knew we wouldn't shoot a genuine transport down, and conned hundreds of thousands of their citizens into climbing aboard to make it believable. They waited to start evacuations until the last minute, because they intended to use innocent lives as a weapon. How will they ever explain this to their people? How do military commanders, at least the ones from the public fleet, have no gripe with this strategy? Captain Monahan's teeth were bared with contempt. Shoot down every one of those transports. And sensors from now on don't mark any Kolshian ships as non-combatants. Understood, ma'am. I applied filters to label anything with a Kolshian warp signature as hostile. If there were any innocents, their government's deranged actions had revoked their right to protection. The transports are shown as hostiles now. I've left a new class indicator to reflect their unarmed status, so weapons can fully assess our priorities. Good work, Anso, Tyler grumbled, though his gaze was far off, struggling to process such a senseless gambit of civilian lives. You were right. After what they've done to entire planet, I guess this shouldn't surprise me. This time, it's not just them letting it happen, like they did with the Thafki or the attacks on Nishtal and the Cradle. This is intentionally and knowingly sending civilians to their deaths. How did they sell this to the people outside of the conspiracy? If I know one thing about the Federation, it's that they love to blame predators for anything they have to do. Better dead than cattle. What's the sacrifice of a few thousand people if it saves the herd? Yet, your empathy is what's under a microscope. That's a bad fucking punchline, huh? It's not a punchline if it's not the least bit funny. It ain't funny, but it sure is a joke. We could have had hundreds of friends if the Federation didn't exist. I'd sure like to have seen what kind of shake we would have gotten. Like, it's a wonderful life thing, except that it's a good thing they weren't around. Once again, I don't understand a word you're saying. That's how I feel with you and your science words. Forget my movie references and put that big brain of yours to work. We gotta get Baldy and company within range of the moon. I'm working on it. We're needing to pass through the Shadow Fleet wall ahead, slated to make contact in a few minutes. After we clear out the civilian transports. The human nodded. Eyes on the Dominion's main activities. They're on the offensive, gunning for the Shield and the SC when they can, since they get off on hunting prey. But I don't think that's our primary concern. It's not. Keep at it, buddy. The Terran warships sliced through the remaining transports like putty. The shuttle's lack of shields or armor allowed them to be downed with relative ease. The Kolshians' ghastly trick had taken out a few hundred ships before the first shots rang out, but I knew our true casualties would surface once we engaged the enormous armada. I angled the viewport toward the moon where the planetary defenses sat, which was doling out carnage with any lasers that landed. It was difficult to imagine Sovlin in a vac suit, traipsing around. The rovers dropping to the ground were the only way he'd keep up with the Persistence Predator's trek. Their mission could entail heavy resistance, so the more we could simplify the landing process, the better. While our manned ships were pigeonholed into closing on the moon in order to unload infantry, other contests were being waged across the planet's breadth. Flashes of orange and white, signifying explosions and plasma respectively, detonated above the world's entire circumference. Speedy drones on this side of Alpha were targeted by the planetary defenses from afar. Meanwhile, from the globe's opposite half, missiles blazed into space from the depths of the ocean. It lent credence to the theory that the Kolshians had constructions within abyssal waters. These warheads appeared to be nuclear-armed, and their ability to escape the atmosphere and find targeting was an impressive feat of engineering. I'm sure they didn't stuff those missiles onto one side of the planet's oceans and not the other. I'll stay vigilant for anything at the atmospheric fringes on our side. We don't want to get blindsided by nukes. Terrans had a better capacity to thwart the ballistic missiles lobbed at singular ships, although such mighty munitions packed a forceful punch, even if they were stopped short of the target. The Yochel technocracy also possessed particle beams that could slice through a warhead's arming mechanisms. However, Chief Hunter Ilthis Craft got walloped by the influx of nuclear weapons, it was clear the Dominion ships had been ordered to pay no mind to defend. What was fortunate was that the Sapient Coalition and Duerton Shield were kept on our side of the globe, or else they might have fallen victim, just like Elis had. Our Dominion allies were reduced to a small remaining force, cutting off one source of manpower. Sir, I know I said it's not our primary concern, but I don't think we want our herbivorous allies to take a shellacking like Elis, I remarked. Can they handle Arkshaw fighting them one-on-one, or ODD 2-1-1? Tyler bobbed his shoulders. I doubt it, but we can't worry about that until the planetary defenses are offline. Hopefully the Greys aren't ready for prey to actually fight back. The Duerton are out for blood, so hopefully that compensates for their lack of tactics. I suppose they're lucky they're fighting Arkshaw, not Shadow Fleet ships. We're the ones who are pitted up against the biggest threat, and the sole path to the moon is right through them. Human tapped a marked radius of space. I input the region we need to get to for troop deployment, per the mission parameters. Worry about finding us the best route, and keeping us apprised of any threats. Might be a bumpy ride, you know. Understood. I also know we want to be as close as possible, so I'll look for anything that helps us gain ground. Our warships were joined by some Yuan drone support, since our manned vessels were at a disadvantage against Kolshian automatons. The lasers on the moon amped up their firing speed, putting an exclusive focus on our newest and strongest craft. Outdated crewed vehicles were neglected altogether. The amount of power that could be funneled through the lunar installment was astounding. Similar to how humans moved their nuclear arsenal to Luna, the Commonwealth had stationed some of their high-yield explosives on the natural satellite that kept them closer to the action in the event of a raid, rather than buried in the ocean. Our flight path wasn't dissimilar to Kalsim's en route to Earth. I wondered if the Kolshians had taken notes from that clash. It didn't seem the Shadow Fleet had grasped our intentions, since they were regarding the UN drones as the greatest threat. Our highest concentrations of automatons found shield breakers deposited in their midst, and were tag-teamed by ship weapons and planetary defenses. Manned Terran vessels were able to cruise forward with minimal fire trained on us. Thousands of soldier-toting friendlies sailed toward the arbitrary boundary where our troops could deploy. It was only as we neared the skirmish line that our foes rounded on us, and plasma began zipping our way. I could see debris littering the edges of the viewport, a telltale sign of why thousands of our drones had vanished from sensors. If our finest vessels are getting mowed down by these planetary defenses, I see why we need to capture or eliminate the infrastructure. Imagine how the Duerton shield would fare against weapons of this kind. This must be why the Kolshians thought Alpha was impenetrable. Navigations yanked our ship to one side, turning our casual glide into a spiral to avoid plasma. Shields blinked out on my readout, with the Shadow Fleet having ample shield busters in reserve to handle us. I pinpointed a Kolshian automaton for weapon targeting, but its algorithms were one step ahead of our hastily deployed shot. The beam fell wide by a large margin. Charging ahead against superior craft wasn't ideal. Our own drones had to break free from their predicament and give us an assist, or we were going to end up in multiple pieces. I could see several manned craft flanking us reduced to tattered husks. I traced a vector toward a marginal opening in their ranks. This is the best opening I can find, but it takes us within their direct line of fire. My suggested strategy would be to set up barriers and hunker down, except that time is of the essence. The Kolshians will close the gap as soon as we make a run for it, won't they? Tyler sighed. Obviously. They don't know our true plans, but they don't want anyone getting in range of the planetary defenses. Hell, even if we get past them, we'll have lasers and nukes from that moon thrown in our face. Need to launch the troops and get out fast. Why haven't they used those nukes? Probably going to wait to launch them, in the event we get past their line. They don't want the Shadow Fleet caught up in the blast radius. Layers of defense, so we need a distraction. We've got a few spacecraft carriers. Time for EM to open their bellies and pester the squids with some fighters. Back where it all began. I twitched my ears. It's a start, but we need more. If we have any antimatter bombs left after the gas giant fight, I think it's time to use them against singular ships. It'll punch an opening and give us a moment to break through. We do got some leftover warheads. Don't got any intention of dropping those on Alpha, especially after Monahan's little chat, so I'll bring the captain in the loop. I locked in the optimal vector for our navigations, before offering a second set of targets that needed to be displaced. On the viewport, munitions whizzed past us. Standard combat missiles were locked on Terran ships by the thousands. Weapons was working overtime to strike the explosives down before they reached us. The one rammed straight into our nose. Without shields, it blew off a large chunk of our underbelly, though thankfully, it was shy of the hangar where our troopers were congregated. We were fortunate the hull integrity held together, and that the fissures in our armor plating were not spreading throughout the vessel. A non-critical hit might lessen the power we can route to the railgun, but it could be much worse. We don't want to get hit by anything else lobbed our way. Tala gave me a nod as he returned from the captain's station, signaling her approval of my plan. Comms sent out the call for fighter support. It was rare to utilize such massive munitions in fleet confrontations, since their design was tailored to targeting sprawling regions from orbit. We prepared to divert all power to thrusters. There would be a single chance to make a break for it, assuming our plan worked. I watched as we bore down on the Kolshians, with some level of concern for our safety. Inertial dampeners were suffering the occasional lapse, pushed to the hardware's limits by our erratic maneuvers. The disadvantage of having biological life on board was that we couldn't take severe evasion actions like drones without killing the occupants. I could see the bubble of space nearing on sensors, but despite the strategic advantage, I wasn't going to suggest we push deeper to give our friends a better launch point. It would already be perilous to get their jetpacks in range at all. Fighters slingshotted out into space from our behemoth carriers, who lurked at the back of the pack. That was step one of the distraction, as nimble UN frames weaved up close and nipped at the Kolshians' heels. Our bombing classes were preparing the deployment of antimatter weapons, ready to forcefully vacate the enemy from this patch of space. Humanity was too stubborn to turn back. We were pushing through to the target destination, here and now. Plasma clipped the already damaged part of our ship, as our jerky movements failed to skirt a close-range beam entirely. I moved closer to Tyler on instinct, drawing strength from having my buddy at my side. We'd always known that deploying to Afa was a risk, but standing by him was worth sacrificing the idyllic future that beckoned to me on Leon. If those antimatter bombs didn't get out of Allied base soon, we were going to be lit up like a sacrifice to Rauchi. Kinetics raked across the front of our ship, mauling us even further. Navigations was overloaded with new threats, desperately dipping down and throwing out interceptors. There was no time to get our bearings and counter the inbound munitions, as we felt the ship rattle from impact after impact. "Hey, Tyler," I hissed. If this is the last thing I say, I've got 3 words picked out. Fuck the Federation. The blonde human ruffled my forehead fur, earning a hiss from me. Damn straight, but I don't plan on dying none. We gotta rescue Slanek, promised Marcel. Onward and upward. My quizzical look intensified as I questioned whether that exclamation was in reference to hot air balloons. There were worse things to die thinking about than Terran flight devices, and the technical chain of events that led them to the natural development of starships. A lot of people would have sought something more meaningful to dwell on, but I want to go out fantasizing about what I loved. The red dots on the screen, indicating threats, faded into the background. I waited for the inevitable, even as the primates fought tooth and nail to press ahead. Instead of getting bulldozed by 2 plasma beams, our warship managed to turn on its axis. We glided between 2 searing arcs that were meant to ensnare us. My optimism for our prospects lifted ever so slightly as the antimatter bombs began to unload from across our fleet. Hostile drones balked with city-leveling munitions incoming and tried to maneuver out of the way. Their plan was to let each missile sail past, where it would be locked onto nothing and could be disabled at their leisure. However, another wave of human warheads chased them along their evacuation route, forcing them to widen the gap further. A third volley kept them back so we could pass unassailed, like wild beasts being fended off by a waving torch. The antimatter did connect with a handful of enemy targets, mainly those who'd lost mobility earlier in the battle. Massive levels of energy were thrown out from the epicenter, and I had to hurriedly account for a plane of shrapnel which was generated in our path. The edge of the launch point was a few seconds out, so Sovlin, Carlos, and Sam could leap to the moon if we got a little further. Fighters and drones mobilized in a circle around us, standing between the manned vessels and the Shadow Fleet. They were taking the brunt of the barrage, buying precious seconds, which must have tipped off the Kolshians to our importance. However, it was too late for the Shadow Fleet to stop us from executing our plans. The region where we were cleared to space drop troops flashed green as the sensor dot for our warship poked its nose across the boundary. Without an instant's hesitation, the hangar bay was flung open, and human soldiers leapt from the safety of our vessel to get boots on the lunar ground. The Nature of Predators, 168, Memory Transcription Subject. ALO, Captain Sovlin, United Nations Fleet Command, JE Standardized. Human Time, March 24, 2000, 137. The humans had really done it. The deranged predators strapped themselves into multi-layered spacesuits and leapt straight into space. I wasn't sure what compelled my stout legs to follow their lead, but here I was, coasting alongside Carlos and Sam, with no way back. The jetpack alongside my oxygen gave me a small push toward the lunar surface, with its flight computer having been programmed with my mass and height differential in mind. My claws wrapped around my rifle, which was tethered to my chest. The last thing I needed was for my weapon to float away. I wasn't fully convinced we'd survive this stunt. Assuming we did, a single bullet, which made it through or around the suit's armor plates, would expose us to the vacuum. It was absolute lunacy, though it was made worse by the fact they'd slingshotted military rovers of massive size and with gigantic guns toward the moon atop thruster stages. It didn't seem possible for it not to break apart when it struck the ground without a true engine tacked onto it. That was our likeliest fate too. It seemed idyllic floating through space now, but hurtling toward the cratered slate-colored surface would be terrifying. Did humans lack cognizance of falling or height? Why had I agreed to go with them just to prove myself to these should-be predator disease inmates? The good news was a ship sniping lifeforms in the breadth of space, was almost as difficult as nailing a nanodrone. We were microbes to a Shadow Fleet weapon station. That rendered the odds of us getting cooked by plasma low, though not zero. I cast a glimpse back at our warship, in time to see it making a hurried retreat from the planetary defenses. Drones were fighting the Kolshians tooth and claw, but the enemies were easily sealing the temporary gap formed by our bombs. There was no telling whether our friends would survive the battle that raged overhead, as we careened toward the satellite's pull. The planetary defenses had to be disabled if we wanted the rest of the crew to have a fighting chance. "Sam, are you sure this is safe?" I asked over the comms link. The human's irate expression was something I could imagine beneath her helmet. Niwa. T. Need a diaper change, Soflin? Fuck you. I'd like a realistic idea of our chances. Well, even if you pass out like a scaredy cat, the pack's automated. It calculated the best route with its fuel reserves. We did a small-scale test of the tech on Luna, but it's pretty new. Even if it does orient us in the right direction on an alien world, when our measurements rely on trustworthy as fuck-fed science, it's up to you to land on your feet and haul ass. Carlos patched into our helmet link. Thankfully, you'll only have to hoof it to the nearest rover. If the trajectory is on point, our ride will be a few hundred feet away. From there, we got some big guns and a little more padding between us and a stray bullet. You have armed ground vehicles specifically for moons? And for harsh terrain planet like Kato or Mars. UNS had these bad boys out on Mars, mostly for search and rescue, but also in case any security action was needed. Don't know why they don't use tank treads. You are cars gonzo, if you wanted to know. Bah, I bet that primitive read all the answers in a book somewhere. I could do that too. Sam snorted. Then why don't you? I'm busy. Currently dropping onto a moon with just a jetpack, for example. But I'm not establishing contact with that joke of an engineer until we need to patch ourselves back into the ship. All they need to know is when the planetary defenses are under our control, and we need a ride out. Uncommand will be in touch with our ground leaders the whole way through. We only need to phone home once we want off this barren rock. How will the fleet know if we fail? The installation will blow up, Carlos answered in a voice that had too much levity. Giant fireball, base gone. Quite visible. I flailed within my spacesuit. What? Yeah? Damn. I thought you listened in the briefing. Each installation across the lunar surface, including the one we're raiding, has a self-destruct function so that it doesn't fall out of their control. However, it requires authorization keys from 2 individuals. They'll want the planetary defenses in the space fight as long as possible, so they'll be standing by the receptacle until their base is about to fall. The part I did listen to was Gaithai part, where we still plan to storm their safe house. Jaya Warmanda, apes like complexes blowing up in your face? We prefer not getting immolated in giant explosions. Thanks for asking, Sam chirped. The lunar surface was enhancing in detail, and I could feel gravity playing a hand in my acceleration. The uptick in apparent velocity caused my stomach to churn, which made me desperate for the humans to keep talking as a distraction. My claws wanted to uncurl from the gun. Instinctive panic told me I was about to die. The predators crossed their arms in front of their chests as they hurtled towards solid ground. Unfortunately, the more I heard about this plan, the less comforting I found their growling voices. The fact that they knew the base was prepped to detonate as soon as we got close suggested this was a suicide mission. What if the humans are sacrificing us to get the planetary defenses destroyed, the way the Kolshians sent civilians to their deaths on those evac shuttles? How can clever predators like my gods not see this as a death sentence? I'm willing to die for what I've done, but I would have liked to have been told up front I'd still do it so Earth can survive. For that debt I'll always owe you, but I don't love the idea of getting blown to bits. I hissed. Carlos' sigh was audible within my helmet. As I was saying, the 2 authorized Kolshians will need to stand by to initiate the self-destruct. Makes them a sitting target. Snipers take out one of them and make sure no one else grabs the key. Our job will be to clear the facility and assume control of the command center. There. You left out the part of the job where we compete for the highest kill count of Kolshian asswipes, Samantha interjected. Oh, and Carlos. Baldy's definitely thinking he should have stayed with Anso. The Yochel was the smart one, sitting in front of a bloody screen. I do hope that nothing happens to that Toshana, I remarked, mischievously checking whether the humans knew that word. That didn't translate. What's Toshana mean? It's a loving term of affection. Anzo asked to be called that instead, primitive. I don't fucking trust you. I'm being serious. If anything happens to me, tell him Sovlin was proud to work alongside such a bright-eyed Toshana. So, that almost sounds nice. It is nice. I promise, Toshana holds a special place in the Yochul language, especially in Rinsa. Onzo and you battle bonded, so it'd mean a lot from you, Sam. I'll consider it. I do respect that wise-ass firecracker. He's alright for. The rest of Samantha's slanted compliment eluded my comprehension. My focus was ripped back to my trajectory once retro thrusters kicked in to slow my fall. With conversation failing to distract me, I noticed my boost power was kicking in. We were close enough to the ground that it was time to tap the brakes. My personal propulsion warred with gravity, yet gravity seemed to be winning. What spikes I had struggled against their bindings underneath the back of my suit, this free-falling sensation wasn't anything that Gojits evolved to withstand, and my head was spinning from the rapidity of it all. The lunar surface expanded within my periphery, like it was being magnified across a viewport. Craters that looked like tiny divots from afar were becoming gaping basins. A few miles from our landing site, the planetary defense complex was taking on a three-dimensional appearance at last. My brain weighed the cumulative stimuli and proclaimed my death was imminent. I couldn't imagine how the Terran troopers who airdropped onto the cradle felt, on a planet with full gravity that well exceeded this moon's attraction. Predators were built differently from us, but humans were a fearless breed even among hunters. I was certain the Aksha wouldn't tackle such daunting heights. Eidos that make me braver than the Greys, that thought almost gives me the willpower to keep my wits. Besides, it's not like I can undo the fact I jumped out of a spaceship with suicidal primates at this point. I screamed into the comms. Where is the fabric overhang you had on the cradle? Did you crazy, insufferable predators forget that? Carlos' chuckle sounded too carefree. Oh, this is better than normal skydiving. So gentle and tranquil, I do this for fun. The adrenaline, Sovlin. Don't you feel alive? I feel like I want to know where the gliding tarp is. We need to slow the fuck down. Well, a parachute would be useless. There's no air in space for it to catch on. Duh, Ty. You don't have to be onso to understand basic facts, Sam jabbed. I gulped down the oxygen circulating within my suit, leaving myself a mental reminder to purposefully have Sam run into my spines if I ever had the option again. Those mind-warped humans had no right to poke fun at how petrifying this was. My body careened through hundreds of feet of altitude in a short span, while the boost pack's vibrations chipped in with more insistence. It was only when the ground was a skyscraper's length away that it slowed me to a leaf's glide. I floated on a bubble of air, placed down with a gentle touch. My feet pressed onto the lunar surface with less force than if I was hopping out of bed. The predators touched down without issue as well, slowly lowered to the ground in tiny increments. The perfect calculation of the jetpack's computer was remarkable. I was beyond grateful to have my legs on solid ground. Now, it was time to get moving toward the complex that could be detonated in our face at any moment. Across the surface of the moon, other groups would be storming similar installations without pausing for respite. Carlos checked the HUD within his helmet before pointing toward a rover that had plopped down to the moon with elegance. It was awkward to run in my spacesuit under the low gravity, especially since the predators could maintain their pace with a light skip. I found extra energy for my legs as a rocket landed just shy of our position. The Kolshians had spotted us. It's going to be a long few minutes driving toward the base. Thankfully, I don't think they have a large supply of missiles on hand, but they will be shooting at us the whole way. How my lungs and core burned as we neared the rover, though I forced myself to press onward. Samantha ducked behind the wheel of the vehicle, while Carlos ushered me into the back compartment. As soon as we were inside, I collapsed from exhaustion. It would take a few minutes to catch my breath. The male guard took a brief look at me before popping open a hatch on the vehicle. The human hoisted himself up behind a machine gun fixed to the top, just enough that his head poked out of the rover. His gloved hands turned the turret in all directions and searched for targets. Samantha finished plugging in the coordinates before turning to face me. "Sovlin, you're gonna be the loader. You see those ammo boxes? Load them into the main gun, and don't fuck it up." I pushed myself to my feet and studied the task at Paul. "Yeah, I can do that. We don't use ground vehicles too often in the Federation, nothing like these, but I've seen a few during Oxa raids. It won't be a problem. Better not be, or you're walking to the base." The rover was rolling ahead toward the Kolshian installation, and without sound and space, it was impossible to gauge when we were being fired at. I could see Carlos firing off rounds at targets, but I decided to keep to my lane and help him reload. It was the human's role to survey the battlefield and assess hostile activities. Hopefully, the vehicle's armor could absorb kinetics sent off by Kolshians who saw us coming. An army of military space rovers dropped from the sky, plowing across the cratered surface. We were impossible to miss. Perhaps it was better that I wasn't relegated to the stressful role of gunner, requiring myself to be exposed to anything sailing through the area. Samantha, as the driver, wasn't content without a view of the action. The rover lacked a windshield like I expect from exploration vehicles, but it seemed to have a periscope she could peer out of. I kept to my dutiful task, refraining from asking questions about our progress. Minutes of sightless transit had me uncertain how much further we had to press on to our destination. From the way Carlos' legs had tensed up, we were receiving heavier amounts of fire. I knew that meant we had to be getting close, though none of us would exit the vehicle until we were on their doorstep. There was no telling whether our snipers had been successful in eliminating the self-destruct key holders. Guess we'll find out by whether the base goes boom as we bust into the command center. Let's not think about that. I'll assume we get control of those stupid lasers, and then my knowledge from defending the cradle might come in handy for how to use them. Carlos continued to dish out bursts of fire while helping Samantha keep an eye out for traps. The two humans communicated information only when it was necessary, otherwise preferring to fixate on our life or death circumstances. I was impressed as always by their efficiency and composure under extreme peril. The Terran's confidence rubbed off on me a little, despite how insane this mission was. There weren't enough Kolshian foot soldiers defending the base to hold us back, as long as we could absorb an influx of fire a little longer. The rover appeared to have built-in systems that could mess with missiles' homing systems, or destroy them in flight. Explosives were the greatest threat to us in transit, and they could be neutralized. The incredible machinations crafted by these predators might be enough to get us to our destination in one piece. I couldn't help but give a satisfied grunt, knowing how the tide of the space battle might turn if we gained control of the planetary defenses. Such powerful weapons were a nightmare for the UN Armada to deal with, something that could smite our most advanced spacecraft in one hit. Without these installations, the Shadow Fleet would be ill-equipped against our particle beams, nanodrones, and other superior munitions. I decided to break my silence for a quick word of encouragement to Carlos. I wanted to share the triumphant feeling coursing through my veins with the guard who'd always given moral guidance of the highest integrity, the one who believed in a brighter future and tried to understand what drove me from the beginning. However, as my gaze turned to the Predator to weigh his demeanor, I saw a sudden spasm pass through his form. His head made a quiet snap backward in the hatch, and his hands slipped off of the turret. The human's legs crumpled underneath his bulky form, as if a rug was yanked from under him. Panic raced through my heart. Realizing what had happened, I rushed to his side and kneeled over his downed form. Samantha also whipped around in the driver's seat, yelling Carlos' name through our comms link, to no response. My eyes peered at the bullet hole through the front of his spacesuit helmet, exposing the human to the vacuum and the crimson blood bubbling at the cracked edges. Horror took over my consciousness as I scrambled for a way to keep the kind-hearted Predator alive. The Nature of Predators, 169 Memory Transcription Subject. Trying to seal the gap that exposed him to the vacuum. Viscous blood adhered to my suit, slathering over the smooth exterior. How was I supposed to give the human medical attention when removing his mask would freeze him and strip him of all oxygen? Samantha knelt by my side, her body language distraught. I could see her checking the wrist readout of the male Predator's vitals, while I desperately shook his unmoving shoulder. Despite my best efforts at revival, his form was limp against my touch. Whatever happens to me, I will be enduring as a tree and fierce as a bear. Our past doesn't define us, Carlos had told me, while describing the green markings on his arm. When all of this first began, I couldn't have imagined how much grief I'd feel, huddling over a Predator's corpse. I could feel the rover trundling along toward the base, autopilot still in gear even as Sam had crawled away from the driver's seat. Carlos needed to get back up and man the turret. It was a single bullet. An apex hunter, the most powerful creature on untamed Earth. Terrans were supposed to be enduring as a tree and fierce as a bear. I punched at his chest through the thick spacesuit, frustrated that it wasn't moving. "Wake up!" I screamed, Sam winced from my volume as the comm link was still open. There's going to be humanitarian missions after the war. The chance to do good in the galaxy like you love doing on Earth. You can't just fucking quit. Carlos' form didn't budge or react an inch, offering no signs of life. I could see the female guard shaking her head and trying to collect herself. Samantha wasn't doing anything to help patch our friend up, though I could hear her sniffling. How could she give up on him like an Arxer, not doing a single thing to mend a wounded friend? These were predators with empathy, not callous monsters like the Greys and the Kolshians who left their weaklings behind. And you are not going to refer to me as predator again. I could hear a stern voice chastising me, with impatience for my antics toward the Arxer. What Carlos told me a little while ago served as a reminder of how he was my first friend, the one who sought to understand my motives in spite of what I'd done. He listened to your spiel on torturing an innocent human and tried to empathize with you. Every word the human had said to me was rushing back, burying me with an emotional avalanche. I remembered the time I'd saved his life on the cattle ship, and first realized that I cared for my guards, an alarming thought. Back then, I reminisced when he visited me in my prison cell on Skalga, and had been the only one who could restrain his anger enough to speak to me when I was at my lowest, thinking Gojids were monsters after the omnivore revelations. It had been Carlos who asked other humans not to bring that up to me. He'd known how I felt about being a meat-eater, and how my entire life had collapsed in on itself. There's a tillfish right there. They're going, give you a hug, I blubbered, with tears streaming down my face. The guard's fear of the insectoids had been on display on several occasions, to my prior amusement. You've got to move. It's very creepy, right? I turned Carlos's helmet from side to side, like I was rolling a ball back and forth on the carpet. There was no resistance. The stupid human wasn't answering. How hard was it to give any form of response when he was freaking me out like this? The predator had known the risks, but I couldn't accept that he was just gone. Snot bubbled in my nose as I imagined what he would say about catching a bullet in the wrong place. He'd always been much too calm about potential dangers, while I'd been the panicky one in our sticky predicaments. They always hope for the best, but no combat situation is a guarantee. Just breathe, buddy, the guard had said on the submarine when we were trying a last-ditch strategy to evade a torpedo. I won't breathe. I won't listen to you. I screeched as I sank to my knees in despair. If I were being honest with myself, I'd realized the truth the second I saw his wound. Carlos. Samantha's hands sank deep into my arm, and the human yanked me to my feet with force. I shrieked, swinging my claws toward her in a clumsy gesture. Despite the bulky suit, the predator's reflexes made it easy for her to duck. Her chest was shaking, betraying her own emotions, but I could feel her binocular eyes leveling me with a pointed stare. She prevented me from returning to my attempts to resuscitate Carlos, and stood between me and the fallen soldier. Listen. Carlos is dead, Sovlin. He's gone. Her growling voice had taken the form of a commanding yell. I checked his vitals. There's no heartbeat or brain activity. There is nothing. Fuck all we can do. We need to keep moving. I stumbled back in denial. No. You're wrong. I'm not leaving. Samantha forcefully jostled my shoulders and lowered her voice to a sympathetic growl. Carlos was killed, instantly. If someone doesn't get back on that gun, so we can defend ourselves moving forward, He died for nothing. Everyone who's died in this war died for nothing if we fail here. Plus, we need to make the fuckers who shot him pay. I'd get on the gun myself, but I'm the only one who knows how to run the vehicle's OS. The gun. Yeah, nobody's shooting it. Snap out of it. I'll watch our navigations, but keep back here to help you reload. Be quicker than you doing it yourself. You make some Kolshians' heads explode, and we take the fucking base. For Carlos and for humanity. You just need to stand there. Pull the trigger, bullet spray, nice and simple. Can you handle that? Yes. I miss him already, Sam. I always hated losing a soldier. The Predator's shoulders slump. I miss him too. He was more than just a soldier. He was my friend. Our moral compass. When we get his body back to our ship, I'll see that he gets the burial and the honors he deserved. I imitated a human nod in a daze, and tried to move through the grief suffocating me. None of what just happened felt real. It was all so sudden, how Carlos' life was snapped out of existence. Bitterness hardened within my heart as I thought about the Kolshian in the base who'd shot my friend. I was going to make them pay with their own life, returning the favor. There was plenty of anger to grant me courage. Despite how I'd seen the human snapped out from behind the turret, I moved his gunner's tether to my suit. It should have been me gunned down in the first place, bringing it full circle with how I'd wished to sacrifice myself for my crimes. He used to think that I don't deserve happiness, but it's not about that anymore. Carlos doesn't have the checkered past I do. It's a basic equation that I deserve to bite the dust more than him. My head poked out through the hatch, and my claws didn't feel like my own as they hooked around the firing mechanism. Kolshian defenders had taken up positions with machine guns along the balconies of their installation, which looked like a glorified tower wedged between expansive weapons. Bullets assailed our rover, though their flight and collision with our armor was inaudible. The blurs of motions blinked across my vision. I could see one make a close shave to my position, while dust ahead of us was churned up by a vaulted missile. Another explosive appeared to be on target for our position, but was snapped off by the vehicle's automated interceptors. It was chaos on the lunar surface. Hundreds of rovers rolled over the bumpy terrain to our destination, just as I knew was happening at the other outposts. There were a few hundred Kolshians on site to defend the complexes, but they would be overrun if we reached them with these numbers. We needed to keep our vehicle intact for a few more minutes to reach our target. I was thirsting for blood, in predatory fashion, embroiled in pain from the loss of Carlos. The fresh wounds drove me to sort out the kinks of the technology quickly. The gun was able to pump out multiple rounds in a minute, and the bullets could clear the miles-long gap without wavering. I set to gouging holes in the balcony, hoping to obliterate those bastards with lead. When it's time to hop out, we'll join up with the rovers to our left and right, Sam explained over the comlink. Your rifle is still strapped to you, right? While I'd shifted my gun out of my way to operate the turret, I could feel it tucked against my side. Yes. I have a visual on the base. I'll know when we're there. It'll be obvious because the rover will stop. Assuming the squids don't have the good sense to duck and cover inside. We can shoot the outdoor campers from the rover, but I imagine they're retreating. Through my heads-up magnification, I could see Kolshians making a break for the entrances. Scowling with unadulterated rage, I swiveled the turret toward their destination to choke it with fire. Bullets nailed several soldiers in the back, liberating them of their violet blood just as they'd spilled Carlos' crimson life force. The smarter ones were able to crawl inside using corpses as cover, but a few defenders were trapped outside, As our tanks rolled closer, they were being peppered by hundreds of turrets, with the balcony wall looking more like paper ribbons. Unable to find an easily available target, I pumped extra lead into the corpses for good measure. If any of those assholes were playing dead, they weren't going to be playing much longer. Minutes whizzed by in an adrenaline-fueled blur as the rover rolled toward its destination. I eviscerated one Kolshian who stood for the briefest second before they could fire a shot at me or one of our allies. Samantha, meanwhile, was keeping an eye out for any mines through her periscope. She pointed out one metal circle hidden deceptively on the ground from my HUD, which I then set off prematurely. It seemed that the enemy's missile supply was depleted, but running into the barrier of landmines could upturn a rover and maim its inhabitants. I was grateful the Predator's eyes were keen, because my focus was single-mindedly on revenge. I can't wait to get out onto solid ground and execute these fuckers up close and personal. How many humans, how many innocent people have to die before their bloodlust is slaked? Anyone still serving the Kolshian army is a true predator, and deserves to suffer for everything they've taken from me. Once we were within half a kilometer, the Terran snipers were able to set up shop. Their work was quiet and efficient, detectable only through the appearance of tiny holes in the windows. Anyone visible, including the Kolshians with the self-destruct key, was picked off with the masterfulness of a hunter focusing on their prey. Terrans with perfect accuracy kept watch on the door, blowing one foe's head off as soon as he set foot into the command center. No one was going to be retrieving those arming authorizations. Our enemies were going to face justice. The damned primates better not take prisoners this time. Beyond my steaming anger, we couldn't afford to tote more bodies back to our ships. I kept my head low as the rover slowed, parking itself by the decimated complex. Hey, Sam. Something just occurred to me. The human offered. What's to stop the Kolshians from blowing the planetary defenses off the map, with us inside? Same reason humanity sent us here, instead of picking M off from orbit. Too dangerous to take a direct flight at the lasers. It would have cost us a fuck ton of ships. You gotta have precision bombing to ensure you take out something this small, but I imagine when they realize it's turned against M, they'll try. They weren't expecting us to thwart the self-destruct orders. So it could still blow up with us inside? Only a small number of humans are sticking around to operate the controls after we clear the place. We're going to get back in the rover and catch a drone shuttle back to our ship at the evac point under friendly controlled skies. Damned if I'm going to leave Carlos to decay at the ass end of this moon. He should be brought home. Even if he wasn't tight with his family, there's many people who will grieve his passing and celebrate his life. A life that should have been longer. But that's a tired story I could say about my dead as a doornail husband too. Fucking hell, now's not the time to get all teary-eyed. Get out of the vehicle. Now. I ducked back through the rover's hatch and bounced out after Sam toward the exit. The human fell into a pack with other soldiers before we ascended the balcony stairs in a purposeful formation. Kolshian bodies littered the upper deck, with a handful having been picked off back on the ground. The rover's onslaught had shredded any living enemies, especially as vehicles armed with grenades got close, as always. The Predator's killing technology from their IPFTLE days exceeded anything seen in the galaxy. The extremity of the wars they'd fought amongst themselves, brutal and bloody, showed in the advancement of their technology. With how quickly the Yochel were catching up without shackles, it raised the question of whether Liern had a similar history. What will Onso and Tyler say, assuming we make it back, but with Carlos in a body bag? It's like every thought brings me back to the fact that he's gone forever. No more advice, shared meals, or adventures together. Irrevocably gone. I knew I needed to keep my composure, unless I wanted to bear responsibility for Sam garnering the same fate. The Kolshian command center was kept locked down by snipers, but we needed to flush out any stragglers taking refuge inside the obfuscating walls. As much as I longed to be the one to end these miserable bastards' lives, the humans were taking charge. A soldier clicked open the door, lobbing a grenade with ease through the lax gravity. Our helmet HUD switched over to night vision, which allowed us to see in the darkened kitchen. While he jerked to the ground, I stomped up to him and placed a bullet straight through his helmet from point-blank range. The Terrans were shooting on sight as well, already poking gun barrels into closets and adjacent hallways. There wasn't time for any unwanted surrenders, to my relief. With how willing the Kolshians were to fight dirty and utilize the UN's morality against them, it was impossible to trust any attempts to turn themselves in. I fell back in at Samantha's side, as she kept an eye for any ambushes from behind. We followed a snaking corridor into a mess hall, where a few petrified hostiles shot us from under tables. One bullet connected with a Terran's leg, but thankfully, the foe's low positioning made it difficult for them to fire on vital areas in close combat. I ducked enough to pump several bullets in quick succession, as the Predators dispatched the other enemies with breathtaking ease. In ground combat, you guys far outshine them, just like you showed you're not in the same bracket during the shipboardings, I remarked. Samantha finished patching the bullet hole in our wounded suit leg, securing his air supply. We are trained properly, and keep our wits. Federation fear and Kolshian complacency don't make for a good standing army. That's if they weren't outnumbered and blown the fuck out by the rovers. I'm glad they were outclassed, because it means we can get control of the planetary defenses. That'll turn the tide of the battle and distract the Shadow Fleet. Carlos's sacrifice has to mean something. Let's actually get those lasers in our possession, then we'll think about winning this shit show. Just keep your head on a swivel. We don't need any traps or tricks catching us off guard. I don't need my head in a swivel. I don't have binocular vision, Helm PA. You still need to look behind you, Baldy. I chuckled, before quieting myself with guilt. What? Sam huffed. Carlos wouldn't expect me to stop taking swipes at you for anyone's funeral. The UN soldiers finished sweeping the hall, before progressing down the final stretch to the command center. The complex was hardly spacious for its occupants, with few luxuries present. The premises were reserved for packing weapons to fend off raids and invasions. If that fact allowed us to reach the command center and bring the planetary defenses under our control quicker, then it was a blessing. The Terran who'd taken the bullet in the leg was able to bounce after us, having gotten a tight patch secured around his perforation. Given that the command center was under lockdown by human snipers, there weren't likely to be many more enemies to clean up. Samantha found a single Kolshian, crouching outside the final entry, and gunned him down without remorse. The Terrans didn't relax their guard, despite the high likelihood that the vicinity was clear of hostiles. I was grateful that most defenders fell against the rovers, saving me from watching more humans perish at my feet. The senseless losses our side had incurred throughout this battle was staggering enough, just from the overhead skirmish. I waited as we communicated to our snipers that we were entering the command center, so watchful allies wouldn't pick us off at the first sign of movement. There was no time to waste in redirecting the planetary defenses for the sake of our fleet. All right, let's go, Samantha barked. I followed the Predator soldiers into the command center, and watched a tech specialist work on switching the defense's directives. Turning my gaze starward, I wished that Carlos was here to see our mission reach its successful end. There was still a herdload of enemies running amok above us, and we had no update on how our armada had fared in our absence. Nonetheless, I was certain these seized assets could give the United Nations the chance to put the Shadow Fleet down. Because of our actions on lunar soil, humanity might be able to level the playing field around Alpha's orbit. The Nature of Predators, 170 Memory Transcription Subject. Chief Hunter Isif, Aksur Rebellion Command. Date was Standardized Human Time, March 25th, 2137. Landing on Liberty's Bastion. I could see the fruits of humanity's bastion. I could see the fruits of humanity's ventures into the universe. The colonists, who'd been evacuated under threat of the Milos Shadow Fleet curing them, had returned to the frontier. Secretary General Zhao was making his first in-person visit to the colony, and agreed to meet me here, a shorter journey than traveling to Earth. The dignitary knew I'd like to pay a visit to Felra, who was now a permanent resident of the settlement. Her last message had been an irritating remark about how she thought I'd look cute in a sequined hat, so she'd bought one for next time we met. Dreadfuling, dear. I would have to face that insufferable idea. However, the purpose of my visit was to brief Zhao on the rebellion's progress and inquire about the status of the Battle of Alpha. The reality was that we didn't have ships to lose to contribute to a direct assault on the Kolshian homeworld. Our tactics had always been guerrilla warfare, through and through. There was nothing glamorous in breaking up supply lines and utilizing hit-and-run attacks against ship contingents, but it was the surest play for our purpose. If our rebellion broke apart, that would mean the Aksur had no optimistic future in the galaxy. Neither Gisnell nor Illis would detach themselves from cruelty. I couldn't believe what unintelligence had told me about the Dominion fighting alongside the Shadow Fleet. He never imagined they'd so openly show their mutual interest in continuing the war. Gisnell must be desperate to stop humanity from coming for Riss now, regardless of how Earth has refrained from openly waging war against them. The majority of the Dominion ships, being at the Kolshian homeworld, meant that each sector was left with sparse defenses. We couldn't resist targeting ship counts in the meager thousands, depriving Betterment of much-needed numbers. Assuming the Bandit Alpha fell, the copious spacecraft kept in Riss' central sector was halved. My rebellion hadn't gunned for them first, since my next plan was to trumpet a certain video through open channels. Command vessels at Aifa were jamming comms to prevent the footage of Gisnell and Nikonas's collusion from being passed along, but the brass weren't back babysitting the leftovers. That strategy had flipped several Aksur vessels that I'd been able to contact in the external sectors. Lisa breathed in the fresh air, smiling. This is a lovely planet. Regardless of what happens at Alpha, maybe more so. If we win, I bet humanity is going to spread out. Like them. I think this colony has a lot of potential to be the start of something new. It would also be the perfect world to hide secret experiments, Oleg challenged, with dramatic arm motions much farther away from Earth than the 3 colonies that popped up in our territory. We could work on bioweapons and no one would ever know. Oleg, I've never met anyone as paranoid as you. You need medication. I do not. It's not paranoid when I'm right. It'd be easier if I was wrong, but other people just miss these things. Though our posse of 3, with Kaisel staying behind to avoid offending local leadership, was standing just in front of our landing ramp, the settlement looked ramshackle and unimpressive. There were 2 large buildings that I could scan with my visual translators, with one labeled a communal dormitory and the other as town hall. The sole independent constructions were hab modules in front of farming fields where earth crops had been planted. There was little in the way of shops, apart from market stalls for food and general goods. The Mazics were constructing an embassy with proper elegance, but that was still a work in progress. I thought I recalled some tidbit from Felra about the Terrans opening a new seed vault on Liberty's Bastion. That was the closest thing to a government mission on this world. There was likely a lab-grown meat factory tucked away somewhere, far from any Mazic eyes. I guess that was hidden, since it might qualify as a bioweapon by the Federation's standards. Oleg needed a reality check on his fantastical conspiracies, especially after the jaw-dropping revelations of late had encouraged his outlandish theories. The glasses-wearing human was talking about H mind-reading technology just last week. It couldn't get more detached from the realm of probability. I flared my nostrils. Silence. The likeliest secret on this colony is the fact that an Oxer is landing within Mazic territory, yes? I recall they weren't pleased to see me at the summit, so it's bold to invite me here. It's our colony. Lisa shrugged, bringing her arms closer to her chest as the chilly breeze nipped at her. We can do what we want, though I don't imagine Zhao wants to step on any toes. This planet is perfect for habitation, and we wouldn't want the Mazics rethinking their gift. I wouldn't mind settling down in a place like this. I thought you wanted to open a coffee shop and bring people together. That's why there's opportunity here. Earth will pour tons of time and resources into building this place up. There's no conveniences or entertainment spots here yet, so the market isn't saturated like it is at home. Places like this could become something more than rushed attempts to get humans out of Sol. I agree, Zhao chimed in, having approached quietly from the side. There were limitations from my target date of having residence here, and the United Nations' 3 other Bastion colonies by 2136's end. In peacetime, we'll have higher standards for new construction. If all goes well, we're the de facto power in the galaxy, and we need to look the part. It's wonderful that you could make it out here, Isif. I turn my maw to face the human. Secretary General, Dao. I eagerly anticipate an update on the Battle of Alpha. But first, may I inquire how you're hiding my visit from the Mazics? I'm not. We don't plan to build our alliance on lies and secrecy, and foster mistrust within the Sapient Coalition. President Kupo knows who you are, and I've told him that we're coordinating our war efforts with a rebellion leader in the area. He doesn't approve but won't interfere. Very well. I assume you wish to speak of the war efforts. I'd like to discuss further where the Arcshire stand after this is over, because I believe my recent efforts made Gisnell's capitulation likely. All I need is an update on Alpha. I'll let you begin with a summary of what the rebellion has been up to, and then I'll bring you up to speed on the battle. Don't worry, I'll point you to the starship docking port to find Fella. We don't get much traffic here, but she fits in well as an inspector. Fella is a strange dosser, but I am grateful for that annoying rodent's safety, Mingzi. How much do you already know about our plans from Jones and her informant? Lisa huffed, as I pointed at her with my tail. I am not Jones's informant. You are always in touch with her, and promise to handle her like you have some inside road. She always seems to know my plans. It doesn't take a genius to figure out how that might occur. I am not the Federation. Oleg narrowed his eyes. You know, that makes a lot of sense. No wonder you shoot down my conspiracies, You're one of them. Coming from the guy who instantly believed Isif was a UN spy, Lisa Reynolds shot back. And he wasn't a spy for us. Secretary General Zhao's eyebrows shot upward as though he were conceding the point to Alexei. I have no idea if Reynolds works for Jones, though I wouldn't put it past her, and I know she wouldn't tell me. Old habits die hard still. I'm grateful that you three seem to have bonded. Now, forgive my impatience, but I'd like to get back to keeping tabs on Alpha as soon as we're done. Can you fill me in on your recent whereabouts? The entire goal of my actions had been to bring as many Arxur to my side as possible. I wanted to have enough people left to cobble together a society. Turning Chief Hunter Ilthis had hopefully been an asset to humanity's cause, but with nothing left to lose, I'd been determined to convert more Dominion personnel. From the second-hand information Jones had given me, I knew that the command ships at AFA were blocking the Terrans from passing along Betterment's treason. It was my belief that we'd achieved a workaround, though the fallout remained to be seen. He have no idea how humanity is holding up against two galactic powers. Any chaos or doubt within Arxur ranks could aid their mission. My people approached the vessels left behind in each sector and forwarded the video of Gisnell and Nikonos colliding. After the viewing of this footage, they were asked to join my side. A large percentage have committed forces to the rebellion, which takes Riss's ship count down a notch further. We also have deigned to launch attacks against any who didn't join our side. This should help humanity to gather a Dominion surrender, yes? I asked. The Secretary General grimaced. I gave you my word that we'll help your cause once Alpha is dealt with, and I'll follow through. The less ships they have, the better. I don't imagine you find fault in having more ships at your disposal either. However, I confess it would be of more immediate use to connect with the Arxur fighting us at this moment. You're in luck. The Dominion does not have command ships to jam signals out here, since they are at AFA. However, any fleet needs to communicate amongst itself. Specific channels are open so chief hunters can stay in touch with their sector and be apprised of any attacks back here. If it comes from approved vessels and is framed as a status report, leadership has no reason not to pass it along. I have given pointers that should help some Arxur abetting the Kolshians see the truth. Very soon. Oleg flashed his teeth. Isif is saying that the video will be playing mid-battle. We should have at least some Dominion assets turning to our side and throwing a wrench in the Kolshians' alliance. I thought it was wise to pass along the message to each sector in person, so there was no chance the Dominion could catch wind of our intent and block the video. It's important that they're blindsided, Lisa said. Zhao tapped his chin. I agree that we don't want them to get a heads up. I'll brief on command, and we'll fill the fleet in once we receive visual confirmation of hijinks. Might I say, excellent work, Isif. Without ever needing to send a warship of your own, you're responsible for all the extra help we've gotten. From saving Earth to swaying your people, don't think we don't know that you've done more than anyone for humanity's cause. Well, your cause is my cause. Ending the Federation. A better future. No more sapient cattle, I responded. Might I ask what you mean by all the help? This means Ilthis has been useful perhaps, yet your reference seems to be corresponding multiple parties. The Duat and Shield have come to our aid too. That's in no small part thanks to you, risking your people to stop the Kolshians from eradicating Kalkwa when you had nothing to gain. It's telling that our chances ride on the friends and allies we have struggled so hard to get. We did what was right by ourselves and by the laws of decency, even when it was taxing. Our decisions haven't been perfect, and there's been some things we had to do that were unpleasant, but we opened enough eyes to the truth for it to make a difference. You say, we, as if I were a part of the outreach to the leaf lickers. You were, as if. I'm proud to call you a friend of the United Nations. While I cannot guarantee what the Sapient Coalition will think about the Arcture after this is all said and done, I promise I'll try to do right by you. I'll try to build a path to reconciliation. Lisa chuckled. That won't be easy, sir. Believe me, I know. There are so many broken relationships, from centuries of cyclical hatred, that need mending. There are trillions of traumatized people, freed cattle, those grieving worlds that are bombed out husks, brainwashed citizens with lives rooted in fear, and victims from the literal past. Trying to set the galaxy back on track will be a battle of its own. You've come a long way from protecting humanity's interests above all others, I remarked. We gain nothing from the suffering of other races. Peace, equality, and community. Gary. Humanity's interests. It's the only way Earth will ever be a safe, prosperous member of the Orion neighborhood. You say that as if you believe they can truly accept predators. I do. With time, I think they could even accept the Arcture. My nostrils flared, considering whether that could be a possibility. Before everything that had happened in recent months, I wouldn't have believed it was possible for the prey to forgive what we'd done, and for us to forgive the long-ago curse of starvation. That was before I learned that the Federation wasn't the sole party responsible for our plight. Betterman had been the agent that wiped out our cattle and encouraged us to seek out a sapient food source. Likewise, the herbivores had learned that the Kolshians were complicit in everything the Arcture did, with the power to stop it at any time. Chief Nikonus wouldn't have allowed a predator race to be peaceful, and used us as a tool to justify their control. There were so many things I'd seen on a personal level that gave me hope for the future. Zeller had been willing to accept me, even after learning that I was an Arcture. The deranged Dosser tried to get a rise out of me often, and once dabbled in eating Alex's beef jerky. Governor Tarva had been willing to work with me during the cattle exchange. She'd argued in my favor when the humans imprisoned me, and again at the summit. There was the fact that the majority of 38 herbivore species voted to let me speak at that summit, and that the vote to join a human-led venture was still unanimous after Shao admitted to working with me. There was even the Yochol reaching out after the event, and being pleasant to work with during battle. I'd liked and respected the feisty marsupial I spoke with during the fight for Kalqua. Guys, even that the Mazics didn't throw a fit with word that an Arcture chief hunter was landing in a predator enclave within their territory. Things have changed. I hope so. It seems that we will be on the outside looking in for some time, I replied. Zhao tilted his head. That's why I'm personally making an effort to keep you in the loop. You're as much a friend of humanity as anyone in the Sapient Coalition. Just to drive my point home, the risks you've taken for us haven't gone unnoticed. Now, I'm sure you've been waiting to hear about the Battle of Alpha. That would be appreciated. In short, we've pushed through to Alpha, and the planetary defenses are under the control of our ground troops. It's my expectation that we'll know who wins or loses this fight by the end of the day. It's not like that's the last leg of the journey, but with the new information you gave us about turning Dominion forces, I'm hopeful that humanity won't be searching for a new home as of tomorrow. Once the result is locked, I'll make sure intelligence passes that along to you. The fate of my people is in humanity's hands. I hope that you will succeed. I hope so too, but there's nothing else either of us can do. You've achieved more than I could have hoped for, so take comfort in that and save the worrying for another day. Go enjoy your time with Sifi. Ask for her at the docking port over there. She should be on call now. I will. Good luck, Chow. Whatever happens, it's been an honor to work with you and all of humanity. The Terran leader smiled. Likewise. Oleg and Lisa tailed behind me as I padded off in the direction Zhao was pointing. It was a strange world where I could express my feelings and meet up with an herbivore friend who cared about me against the odds. There was nothing else I could do at this point to aid the rebellion and the UN fleet's chances. I hoped that my final contribution, ensuring that Dominion forces by Afa got wind of Gizanel and Nikonus's scheming, paid dividends. It jiaged to work. How could Oxer not turn on Betterment, hearing how our suffering was their intent in conjunction with the Federation? For all intents and purposes, I was assuming the news would cause a significant schism in Archer ranks. Aethys couldn't be the only one to react to the truth with outrage. With numbers a bit more in their favor, humanity might be able to eliminate the Shadow Fleet from Alpha's orbit. This would be the defining moment, where a verdict would be passed down about whether sapient predators had the right to exist in this galaxy. The nature of predators 171 Memory Transcription Subject On Ono Yotul Technical Specialist Each date was standardized Human time March 25th 2137. After the human troops leapt from our ship toward the loot, the stars proved to be a harrowing task. There were several factors that left our warship in a precarious spot. On a grander scale, the gap we'd cleared with 3 rounds of antimatter bombs had sealed. The UN drones had borrowed seconds for us against hopeless numbers, falling by the thousands. Half of our allies were situated on the other side of the Shadow Fleet, but were unable to help us retreat due to their own problems. Turning back wasn't an option, and with that door closed, it was a matter of avoiding immediate death. The nuclear weapons tucked away on the moon were launched as soon as we got past the fleet, leaving us quite the radioactive payload to evade. Drones scrambled to cut them down, despite having Kolshians spitting plasma at their heels, while our drones on this side of the globe had suffered heavy casualties. Manned ships hadn't gone unscathed either. Our vessel had taken a beating, with several direct hits to our underbelly, and we lacked any shields once those were taken down. Honestly, if someone didn't engineer a way to facilitate a shield current despite magnetoresistance, they were all but useless in future battles. The United Nations hadn't scrounged up any alternative innovations on that front yet. While I had my eyes on any missile launches, we couldn't afford to take many more hits from conventional weapons as well. Our craft was hanging together by a thread, with a single love tap able to cause structural integrity to unravel. Even if Sovlin, Carlos, and Samantha are able to gain control of the ground stations, that will take time. I'm not sure how we're supposed to hold out against nukes, free shots for planetary defense lasers, and Shadow Fleet ships. Terran fighters were mere nuisances to the drones, and were getting their asses handed to them. Though it was difficult to discern through the sea of sensor blips, the Duertan Shield and Sapient Coalition seemed to be struggling against a Dominion assault. The Oxshire had brought tons of spacecraft into the fray, while the Avian Alliance was showing novel aggression. The Greys were the seasoned veterans in that department. The carnivores hadn't been expecting such a fight from the homogeneity, but they adapted their strategies swiftly. Concurrently, on the far side of Afa, Chief Hunter's illness and useless fleet had been reduced to stray remnants. The UN drones and technocracy craft there were left outnumbered, on their own, and unable to join our engagement by the moon. This is not how we wanted the battle to go. Particle beams alone won't win this fight, I hissed. Tyler scratched his blonde scalp. Let's hope taking the planetary defenses is enough. We don't have many tricks left in the bag. Lesia got something in mind, Onso? My suggestion is to get somewhere those lasers can't have free rein to shoot us. Except we can't go back the way we came, and we've suffered enormous losses. The way I see it, we just need more ships. The Shield and Illusis just don't cut it. This goes to show why we ain't provoked the Dominion. We didn't want to fight them and the Shadow Fleet at the same time, or for Betterment to know how much we had their number. Guess that ship has sailed, huh? I think if things get much worse, the Duerten will follow through on their promise to bomb Alpha. Since we are on the brink of defeat, maybe you should tell them to. My friend's jaw muscles tightened. I don't want to authorize that. I know, neither do I, after seeing how senseless the glassing of Kato was. But even if we flip the planetary defenses, it'll be too late to bring back our losses. We might have lost 50,000 ships across all our allies, which is a large chunk of our fleet. Enemy casualties are maybe 20,000 so far, and that's almost solely from particle weapons, which most of our fleet doesn't have. I don't see a scenario where we win here. The censor's officer's scowl deepened, displeased with my suggestions. His blue eyes seemed to be counting the minutes that had passed since Sovlin and his team leapt into space. They should be barging into the complexes by now, given how close their landing sites were. It was a miracle we'd managed to keep out of range and alive that long. What would happen to the troops if we fell, and they were left stranded on that moon with limited oxygen? What would become of humanity in the Yotul if our all-out attack came up short? I suppose before drastic, scorched earth action would be authorized, we should see if the planetary defenses could be impactful enough. A laser from the moon was identified as aiming at us, leaving us mere seconds to swerve off its vector. I could feel my heart pounding in my chest as my brain came up empty of any last-ditch strategies. We would have won this battle if it was just the Kolshians. We'd done admirably to make it this far, with the Dominion joining in. But now, I could see 2 Shadow Fleet vessels tearing after us, lining us up for when their plasma weapons recharged. I desperately passed along the nearest drone's coordinates to weapons, but thanks to the foe's dramatic twirl, our shot didn't cripple it like I'd hoped. It merely made a dent in its armor, so meaningless that the hostile didn't slow in its pursuit. There had been a momentary pause in the planetary defense firing, but I could see the entire complex lighting up below us now. It was a shame we were out of bombing range, and that we'd committed to foot soldiers taking the installation regardless. I fumbled with the sensor readout, searching to map the laser's path. How were we meant to dodge 2 plasma beams that would tear off any second, yonding a laser? We still had a physical barrier to deploy to impede one incoming munition, but we couldn't shield both sides. I made a split-second decision and relayed the suggestion to drop it in front of the Shadow Fleet. While the lasers were stronger, the chances of evading synchronized plasma arcs was slim without some fortress. Captain Monahan's weary eyes turned to the bridge crew. We've received word from our unit leaders on the ground. All planetary defenses are under our control, except for a single module that was able to initiate self-destruct. I could see an explosion near the shadowy border of the moon, where sunlight wasn't illuminating its cratered surface. The sensor's readout had switched the defense complexes to friendly indicators. After that new info was fed into its database, I tilted my head in confusion, wondering why the nearest lasers were powering up and pointing at us. My befuddlement turned into a laugh, perhaps a sign that I was delirious from the stress of the battle. We might not be on track to win the battle, but it was amusing that the Shadow Fleet had no idea what was coming. A bluish flash radiated from the powerful weapons, and I tracked its lightning-quick path across the viewport. The complex's computer had charted the optimal angle to sizzle through both Kolshian drones, splicing them clean in half before the algorithms realized what changed. Planetary defenses revved to life on our side, finally granting some breathing room to our battered fleet. Without having to worry about flying straight into a stream of hostile lasers, I relayed a suggested course to sensors. It would take us as close to the lunar surface as possible. Further, that locale was in the blind spot of the complexes, so we didn't have to worry about friendly fire. It would also aid in getting the shuttles, evacuating our soldiers back onto the ship. As insensitive as Sovlin could be, it felt weird standing on the bridge without his jabs. With our former pursuers dead in the water, our warship beelined toward the moon with a new lease on life. I highlighted the marker of the UN shuttle assigned to our vessel, seeing that it was circling over the evac point. The soldiers would need a few minutes to travel by foot to the pickup site. To my knowledge, the rovers had been left behind and jury-rigged with explosives in case any Kolshians thought to retake the facilities. Sovlin, Samantha, and Carlos wouldn't return for a little while longer. I tried to focus on picking out long-range targets, knowing that we needed to tilt casualties in our favor. The lasers had struck down thousands of enemies in the brief span we had them online, but the Kolshians were mobilizing on a bombing route. We had to push the Shadow Fleet back, despite how ill-equipped we were. It would be nice if we could rally the technocracy and UN vessels from the other side of the globe, but they were in hot water. The Shadow Fleet was pelting them with missiles and plasma, and if the hostiles burned through their munition stores, they would ram themselves into Terran ships. We couldn't replicate that crash-and-burn strategy, given that we were outnumbered. Back on our side, it would be a sacrificial play, summoning the Duerten shield and the Sapient Coalition to hound the Kolshians from behind. Still, even though the Dominion had them on their heels, I thought we had to bring them to us. If the planetary defenses are bombed out, with hardly a chance to rack up casualties, it's over. We got mowed down like flies taking the complex, so we need an equalizer. I pinned my ears back against my head. Tyler, Sia, have comms reach out to the Duerten. I know they won't like orders from us, but persuade them to abandon their positions against the Arxur. We need something to hound the Shadow Fleet from behind. The shield will be massacred, and then the Dominion will come at us too. Officer Cardona objected. I know, but it'll keep them at bay for a few extra minutes. We've invested too much in the planetary defenses. The UN drones took too many losses on our side to get us to the drop point, and we can't handle the Shadow Fleet alone. The lasers are all we have. It's a simple calculation of what the greatest asset is. Fuck. We can't have gone through all of this to lose the lasers, and the shield Gare gonna fall one-on-one with the Arxur. Anyway, I'll have Monahan pass along the message. She'll tell them the truth, that it's the only way, and hope they go for it. If you remind them that this is all to stop the Shadow Fleet from marching on Kalqua, I believe the Duerten will make that sacrifice. They want to bring the Kolshians down, at all costs. My human friend shuffled off, and I snuck a glimpse at the shuttle's sensor dot near the lunar surface. It was lifting off with our crewmates in tow, assuming all had gone well. Sovlin was a brave Gojid to pull that death-defying stunt alongside the primates. I couldn't wait to hear some version of how a primitive like me wouldn't have been able to handle a jetpack, ignoring the fact I'd used them during maintenance spacewalks. Regardless of our fleet's dire straits in the battle for the galaxy, some things never changed. If there wasn't some kind of comment about my intellectual capacity, I would be concerned. My attention returned to the present circumstances on the bridge, where Monaghan huddled over her comms. The shield was trying to sidestep the Arcture vessels, who'd moved in for an up-close and personal kill. The Sapient Coalition was running interference as the weakest links. Their prey crews still proved selfless, standing in the way of blistering guns. Our plasma weapons could land a few long-range shots, but between drone evasion capabilities and distance, our accuracy was lacking. Watching our side's desperate actions now, I wished I hadn't gotten my hopes up back when early reinforcements entered the system. Hey, don't go doom and gloom on me. Tyler tapped his palm against the workstation for my attention. Your spirits look in the toilets, my man, and I won't be having that at my station. Give me one piece of good news, Anso. We're not dead yet. My tail drooped further between my legs as I struggled to find a bright side, reading the shuttle's passenger data, which showed 3 Kias listed among the dozens of soldiers returning to our ship, meant I couldn't attest to our friend's safety. I got one positive. Sovlin, Sam, and Carlos are heading back on the shuttle now, assuming they're alive. We'll see them soon. That's fantastic. You know, I was worried about sending that Gojid out on something extreme like that. He's really come a long way since we first met him, and I'm glad we got a chance to make everything right between us. By making things right, you mean that you punched him in the face. Well, I was angry. You gotta know what that's like, Anso. My knuckles may have grazed his jaw, but it all worked out. This fight will work out too, so keep your head in the game. I need you to keep watch for the Dominion ships, in case they turn on us. We gotta fight to our last, and be ready if the whole damn fleet comes at us. Yes, sir. I'll have the Arx's vectors mapped pronto. It might help to forward any assessments to the SC and the shield. Tyler gave me a hearty clap on the back as I tried not to watch the shield and coalition bleed numbers. The Duerten were hurling munitions toward the Shadow Fleet with fury, forcing some to turn their attention away from our encampment by the moon. The Arcture hadn't relented for a moment, and I could see their ships burning full thrusters ahead in our direction. However, in between my last visual and the present one, it seemed like something had discombobulated them. Their movements looked uncertain and disoriented, like they'd been thrown out of subspace by a disruptor pulse. My inquisitiveness prompted me to solve the puzzle, seeking out what had caused the sudden hesitation. The majority of the Dominion ships seemed to reach a decision, forging ahead with shaky focus. However, before my watching eyes, an inexplicable breakdown occurred. Some Arcture vessels began firing on their own remnants. Other agitated huntercraft turned their sights away from the Duerten and peppered the Shadow Fleet from behind. A handful were shooting at both the Shield and Coalition, on their own side, blurring their allegiance even further. Any semblance of cohesion broke down with the infighting, as no party had a clue where to turn their guns. The Kolshians were taken off guard by the Grey's betrayal, and after a moment of consideration, began shooting all Arcture vessels with blanket condemnation. Sir, the Arcture and the Kolshians started shooting at each other. Why? I have no clue. Ilias said he couldn't get through the comms embargo, I explained. What I can say is the same chaos is unfolding on the planet's flip side. Our drones seem to be having a resurgence in efficacy. Tyler's frosty eyes widened. This changes everything. We have to seize this opportunity while they're reeling. How do you say it? Damn straight, we need to kick their ass before Sovlin shows up, so he can know we did it all without him. I don't know about that. There's still hundreds of thousands of ships to clear out, even if a shit ton of the ones here were Dominion. How many are on our side? We could have numbers in our favor now. It's not so simple, sir, but the Kolshians are treating the Aksharoi as hostiles. So I'd venture the ones who hadn't turned on their mission well now. My opinion is that we should target the Shadow Fleet with everything we have. Gan, straight in, taut. Whatever we have left, we'll have it flying at them ASAP. True to my conjecture, the Kolshians' targeting of all Archer vessels resulted in Betterment's entire fleet rounding on them. As the eye-popping number of ships on both sides traded blows, it was clear that the Shadow Fleet was annihilating the Dominion. While the Greys landed thousands of kills through ship volume, their ranks were being ravaged much quicker. The Duerten shield rallied among the confusion, eagerly shoving antimatter bombs meant for AFA down the Shadow Fleet's throat. Any nanodrones and cluster bombs the UN had left assailed the enemy, capitalizing on the confusion. Planetary defenses had never been contested, thanks to the diversion, and were still cranking out ship-ending lasers without refrain. I eagerly passed along a target for our plasma railgun, and noted that the indicator denoting Sovlin's transport had crossed into our ship. With the Gojid likely on his way to the bridge, I spared a glance back toward the other side of the globe. There wouldn't be any gaps in my knowledge for him to question. The Yotul technocracy was being aggressive in hounding the Shadow Fleet. With the Archer to distract our foes, particle beams were surgically dissecting them. The Kolshians on that side were floundering enough that the UN could finally divert some drones to help our weaker flank here. We were on the cusp of winning the far half's engagement altogether, which should tilt the lunar fray heavily in our favor. My mind was reeling after, out of nowhere. It seemed that we Okshi and the Federation within the hour. What had changed inside of the Archer fleet, enough to sow that much division? Had humanity found a way through their cybersecurity, or was something else going on? Dominion vessels were falling in with eyeless and useless remnants on the far side, though on this half, their numbers were rapidly sinking towards zero. We needed to keep the pressure up while the Shadow Fleet's focus was still on the Archer. The Kolshians had lost not just their allies, but tens of thousands of their own vessels to the betrayal. Even with our losses earlier, we have the advantage after this change. We have particle beams and planetary defenses still in play to aid our reinvigorated fleet. I watched with bated breath as I wondered if this sudden infusion of chaos would be the deciding factor in the Battle of Alpha. Victory was within humanity's grasp, and now it was up to us not to let this opportunity slip away. The Nature of Predators, 172, Memory Transcription Subject, Andanso, Yotul Technical Specialist, G-Date, Westandarist, Human Time, March 25, 2137. The lasers from the planetary defenses gave the Kolshians no quarter. As humanity, defenses gave the Kolshians no quarter. As humanity ramped up its efforts against the Shadow Fleet. While the Arksha were getting eviscerated by the higher quality drones, we took it upon ourselves to direct our allies. The Sapient Coalition, who'd been distracting the Dominion so the Duerten could go after the Commonwealth, joined the Avians in wailing on the enemy with everything they had. Unotomatons mobilized from beside the moon, while the Federation was preoccupied with the frenzied Greys. More of our drones swooped in to reinforce them, coming from the far side of the planet, where our foe's fleet was capsizing. Dominion ships had fallen in with Illis, and were meandering toward our half of the globe. Yotol technocracy vessels stationed over there took charge of hunting down the last stragglers. Our warship, meanwhile, fired off plasma shots, and every mini-missile we had left, enjoying our cozy spot out of the firing lines. Even as isolated arcs near our engagement floundered, they were hell-bent on issuing parting gifts that meant every missile or close-range kinetic they could throw against Kolshian metal. No algorithm could escape the quantity of weapons firing all around our enemy. The Shadow Fleet numbers were ticking down like sand in an hourglass. I was transfixed by the viewport as far-reaching particle beams cut through Kolshian vessels with an invisible paw. The Dominion had comprised close to half of the enemy contingent here, so flipping their ship count alone put us on even numerical odds. The planetary defenses were built to tear any invading foes to shreds, which meant they could smite thousands of Alpha's defenders until they were removed from play. The enemy had no chance to take the complexes of flying. We were really doing it. I wasn't sure the Shadow Fleet could fend off the assault even if the UN, the SK, the Technocracy, and the Duertin shield ships were taken out of the equation. Kia Sir, are the miracle reinforcements we needed. Here, all along. It wasn't worth the risk of provoking betterment before, but now was the opportune moment to flip the Greys. However humanity achieved that, it was a raucous. Ain't I perked my ears up. Sir, I'm sure you know, but we should take precautions with our manned vessels. We need as many ships, like ours, intact as possible to occupy Afa. It's ideal if this doesn't turn into a two-way bloodbath. Pray on. I'm going to the ground, when we end this fight, to find out what happened to Slanik. I don't know if you want to come with me, but you ain't got to. There's no telling what we're walking into, Tyler replied. I wouldn't let you bumble off on your own. After their ordeal, we'll have to see if Sovin and company are up for another ground excursion. They could be worn out. Might need some shut-eye. Well, this battle's been ongoing for a lot of fucking hours. We're all tired, but we can rest when the Federation no longer exists as an entity. Any ideas for how we help kill the ones up here, quick and easy? I gestured toward the sea of explosions, as the Kolshians were bombarded by thousands of munitions. I say we sit back and watch the show. Is this what fireworks are like on Earth? I see why you said it's beautiful. This is a fine light show, but spectating ain't really seizing the opportunity, Anso. I thought you wanted to make them pay. Well, I also want to make it back to Liern, and see you and all the others on a return flight to Earth. We can still kick their ass from here. It just takes a little imagination. I'll bite. What's your play? Remember on the submarine, with the torpedoes, how they went past the enemy and looped back? Why don't we try that with our missiles? With the abundance of stimuli right now, the Kolshian drones might see them as off-target. Less warheads would be deflected. Tyler tapped my screen. Forward, your suggested pacing to weapons. I'll loop everyone into the picture. Proud of myself for improvising that idea mid-conversation, I began passing along targeting vectors to weapons. The missiles could have new instructions transmitted to them mid-flight, coordinates I'd have standing by for the humans to send them doubling back. There were still 60,000 active Shadow Fleet ships, despite their enormous losses. While that count was much lower than our combined force, we had to take them down before they could land a counterpunch. The flipped Dominion ships were going to be a memory in the next few minutes. That meant we'd bear the enemy's full attention soon if we couldn't dial up the pressure. Plus, the racist old Gojid will be back any minute. I don't want him to get a word in, questioning my skills in this station. It was as if the thought of that former Federation captain summoned him. I could hear the clicking of claws on the floor behind me. The methodical plodding of Sovlin's feet, however. The light strikes of boots belonged to a single pair, and it wasn't the commanding thuds of Carlos's bulky form. Samantha looked unusually dispirited, the standard sneer wiped from her face. The Gojid's haughty air was also missing, replaced by his claws curling into a ball with rage. I drew in a sharp breath as I put two and two together about what happened on the moon. While I hadn't known Carlos well, he had always been a kind-hearted presence on the bridge. Tyler's mouth parted with sorrow as his bushy eyebrows slanted downward. How bad is it? Carlos isn't coming back, Sovlin said in a voice that lacked tonality. He squeezed his eyes shut as if to bury his emotions. Tell me the planetary defenses made defense. If we didn't have a chance, our whole mission was for nothing. I placed my tail on his wrist for a brief second. Those lasers killed at least 10,000 of the Shadow Fleet ships. I'll tell you, Revenge, it didn't make me feel as good as I thought it would, but you're wired differently. Turn toward the viewport and watch the end of the Federation. I came up with a damn good idea for our missiles. You have lots of good ideas, Onzo. There's no need to prove yourself to anyone. Who are you? And what have you done with Sovlin? Samantha's eyes landed on me. I'll tell you what he won't. Sovlin agreed not to call you a primitive. He told me he was proud to work alongside such a bright-eyed Toshana. My tail snapped away from the Gojid's arm. The fuck did you just say? It was a joke, but it's not funny anymore, the Gojid sighed. I don't have the heart to mess with you. That's not messing with me. That's crossing a fucking line. The only reason I'm not dropping you military lobby damned is because you're suffering from Carlos. You ever say that word again, and I'll rearrange your facial features the way you did to Marcel. Tyler glowered at Sovlin. Then I'll throw you into another cabinet for good measure. But I'm gonna cut you some slack and assume you weren't in your right mind because of what happened to Carlos. It's a damn tragedy. I liked that guy. He had his whole life ahead of him. I'm sorry, Samantha grumbled. I didn't know there was anything wrong with that word. The Gojid slumped his shoulders. I just wanted to get under Anso's skin. For what it's worth, I only took the time to even research Learn culture because I like him. That's enough on this topic for now, but you're gonna hear why slurs are real fucked up later, Tyler scolded. I don't want to spit on Carlos's memory with this bullshit now, 'cause it ain't the right time. Also, I don't want to miss the Shadow Fleet getting blown the fuck up for your bullshit. My best friend's ideas are gonna wreck those shit. If anyone else had called me that charged term for Rinzians, I would have resolved this issue on the spot. However, my opinion was that Sovlin was sincere in viewing it as playful banter, without understanding how it was far beyond acceptable. It was difficult to summon anger when the Gojid looked so devastated by Carlos's demise. I was forced to consider how easy it would be for any one of us to bite the dirt. After losing one of our station's personnel, it drilled home the risk we'd be undertaking landing on Alpha. I tried to shake the thought of our peril, but I knew, now more than ever, that I was responsible to help protect our group. The pledge I'd made to my best friend wasn't one I'd back out on, no matter how much I'd love to stay up here. What I did know was that Sovlin and Samantha were committed to see this all the way through as well. While we hadn't asked them, I could tell they intended to head to Alpha's surface with us as soon as the Shadow Fleet was eliminated. It was difficult to muster up my old exuberance following such heavy news. But I did want to burn the Federation's fall into my memory. Years of resentment for the aliens who stole our culture and made a mockery of my species led up to today. Humanity needed one more spike of enemy casualties, and the threat of Kolshian control returning would be gone. The primates' arrival had given us a chance at being our true selves again. Key missiles are away and sailing wide of their targets. Let's see if the underwater tactics translate, if we can deliver the final punch. I'm ready for this all to be over. I've seen and done too many things that risked my welfare. The stakes of this moment weren't lost on any of the binocular-eyed faces in the room. The Terrans had endured a great deal in such a short time frame. Much like the species who'd suffered under Federation rule for centuries, humanity had their worldview flipped upside down after first contact. I knew what it felt like to be treated as a primitive, but the burden of being viewed as a monster, unfit to exist, seemed worse. They'd been staring down the potential extinction of their species for many sleepless nights. As the explosives began to snake back toward the Shadow Fleet, I echoed the Duertan commander's wish that the Earthlings could win Gandai and find closure. The enemy seemed mystified by the explosives passing them as they cleaned up the last of the Arxa. Particle beams were cutting down hundreds of Kolshians, from far-side U-Norns closing in on them. The Duertan shield was flying with senseless aggression, not giving the bastards time to process what the missiles were up to. Our armada dodged Commonwealth marks with plasma beams from afar. Lasers scored instant kills from the complexes that Carlos had lost his life to bring into our possession. When thousands of warheads sent from an array of Terran ships doubled back in a flash, the Shadow Fleet was too overwhelmed to respond. "Here we go," Tyler declared, a grin of schadenfreude on his features. He must have been telling the truth about sharing my desire for payback back on Leon. This is gonna be some flashy fireworks, Onso. I was mesmerized alongside the blonde-haired human as explosions rocked the Shadow Fleet. The hits landed in close succession, encouraging the Sapient Coalition to send follow-up missiles. Debris from the enemy detonations struck their own allies, as thousands of drones crumbled against a new tactic and sensory overload. It was now that the nearest human vessels swept in for the kill, going all out for the finish. With the numerical advantage on our side, you automatons found the surest way to eliminate the Shadow Fleet. They rammed themselves into surviving Kolshian vessels, with guns blazing on approach. Planetary defenses had their pick of the few remaining survivors, sniping enemies without the need to recharge. Meanwhile, Ilth's remaining band had arrived from the other side of the globe. The Arxur chased after the Shadow Fleet, hungry for revenge after the Kolshians wiped out their comrades on this path. Particle beams were still dissecting enemies, some from technocracy ships that were hurrying to aid us. My disbelieving eyes stared at the sensor readout, as our flurry of threats made quick work of the few thousand enemies that remained after the missiles and the UN's own kamikazes. It was difficult to find hostile indicators on the screen. Control of Alpha is ours, just like that, as long as the Duertan shield will uphold their bargain about glassing the Kolshians and the Arxur will let us do the raiding. It's time to start gearing up to head planet-bound. I scrutinized my readout for the decisive moment, and wagged my tail with enthusiasm when it arrived. The Shadow Fleet has been eliminated from the orbital vicinity. It's over. Humanity has control of the Federation's heart. We won. Captain Monahan didn't quiet the cheers and applause as my shouted announcement reached the ears of the crew. Humans embraced each other with forward-facing gazes that watered with emotion. Tyler clapped his hand on my back with a bit too much force. Samantha reached out for her fellow guard, to find he wasn't there. My gaze hardened with resolution, since I knew what I said wasn't entirely true. It wasn't over. What came next was uncovering the truth about how the Shadow Fleet operated, to ensure they weren't hiding out somewhere in space. If we discovered the origins of the conspiracy along the way, that would finally close the case on why the Kolshians were doing this. I didn't care what their reasons were, but humanity did. Tyler mentioned something about recording history to avoid it happening again in the future. Assuming we were able to land safely, the United Nations still had to reckon with the fate of Alpha and the entire galaxy. Tyler pursed his lips once the celebration settled down. "All right, we ain't breaking out the champagne yet. Anyone who's heading to the surface, follow me to the hangar. We'll get a briefing there on everything we need to know, and any intel on the Shadowcast that might help. Then we're going. No time like the present. Everyone else, watch out for enemy stragglers and reinforcements. Intel says that was all the ships they had, but we can't afford to get blindsided. Now, who's with me?" "I'm coming with you," Sovlin said. Samantha bobbed her shoulders. "I haven't shot enough Kolshians for what happened out there. Let's go. Glad we're all sticking together. Let's just be careful for any spiteful traps they set for us down there," I growled. Tyler bared his teeth. "Yep, the way I heard it, all human soldiers will be wearing gas masks. I'm a red meat guy, don't want to be cured." "Red meat?" Sovlin wrinkled his nose with utter disgust, a trace of his normal attitude surfacing. "You mean blood-soaked?" "Nah, I'm talking about the color of their flesh, my dude. Which is determined by how much oxygen is held in the muscles," I added, with a tail lash of mischief. The Gojid flailed his claws. "Why the fuck do you know that?" "Kai didn't need to think about that. Onso. I mean, Protector, are you getting a doctorate in predation?" "I know many things. You'd be amazed what reading actual words on paper can teach you." Tyler smirked. "Something tells me Sovlin doesn't want knowledge about our culture. Why don't we resume the discussion about meat eating on the ride down?" "I'd rather not," Sovlin spat. "Just walk," I predated. My exchange partner snickered to himself. It was clear that our orbital victory had lifted everyone's spirits, except for the sullenly silent Sam. We needed to find a new normal without Carlos, so we could achieve success on our mission. As I marched toward the hangar bay, I considered how our stint on Alpha might play out. Humanity was likely taking its first actions as the default leaders of the galaxy. While I was grateful for how differently they treated aliens from the Federation, I hoped that they would continue to uphold a moral example in this new future.